Wait a minute.
What?
Ooh.
What?
I was
What? You blew off?
mentally or physically.
It won't be that hard.
You're right.
I'm kidding.
Oh. You better be kidding.
Some of you might know from Half Baked, the other show from Saturday Night Live. Here is Jim Brewer.
I took him on tour, but he's hilarious. He's 84 years old. You want to sit out here? Hey, go ahead, sit down. Sit down, Muff. I can go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. The one guy he got to meet was, who was this? Stallone?
Yeah, he went to shit and hugged at him.
He went to shit and the hogs ate him. That's when you know he's like 80. Comes from a term, you're like, what?
He went to shit and the hogs ate him. Where's Bill? He went to shit and the hogs ate him.
My dad was definitely older than other parents. He didn't look older, so I didn't get that he was older.
You can't do what on the bus?
Can't go poopies on the bus.
Poo poo?
Yep.
Them supposed to be shit in our pants.
You got a problem?
And I didn't realize he was older until someone would call him like, hey, is that your grandfather? I'm like, no, it's not my grandfather, it's my father. You know, I remember being in school and people talking about whatever, like Veterans Day, and I said, my dad was in World War II, and they went, he wasn't in World War II, maybe he was in Vietnam? No, he was in World War II. That's when I started realizing like he was a little bit older than the other fathers.
All right, Dorian. Dorian, give me a huggy.
Goodbye, Daddy. Say goodbye. Say see you in Disney World.
I see you in Disney World.
Like this tour really was to take care of him. I knew he needed to get out of the house. I knew he was deteriorating on his own. I knew this would give him so much life. The first time I really had to take care of my father was probably about 2 years ago. He just kind of gave up and he wasn't washing himself anymore. And he felt very awkward. His pride was shot. That I couldn't take watching, so I decided, you know what? Let me give this a shot. Do I want to scrub another man's behind? No. Do I want to wash another man's yo-yo? No. But I knew he would do this for me if he had to.
I might have to go check him in because all he did was pee, but that was the most disgusting smelling pee I ever smelled in my life. I dry heaved for 10 minutes and the toilet just like, ugh.
I do have a diaper for the elderly man that hasn't gone to the toilet yet and you're about to make a long bus trip and you're not allowed to poop on the bus. I highly suggest man diapers.
Where's my jacket?
I got your jacket. Hold on there, Muffy.
Won't get her ass.
Watch yourself, right? What's up? What's up? All right, ready?
Yeah, your ass is true.
He grew up, no mother, 10 kids.
Well, zip it up, please.
He has every right to pull out a violin and play that fiddle forever and ever. It's 270 degrees.
270?
Come on. I'll walk you in there first. Come on.
Wait a minute.
Now, come down one step. For a guy
Ready?
that grew up really dirt poor with a raging alcoholic father, then finally get out of that household to be shipped off to war, spend 3 years of his life every day not knowing if he was gonna live or die. He got a divorce after having 3 kids, and I'm sure that really, really bothers him.
Trying to make it to the curb. I got you. I got you. You're all right. You're okay. Move over here.
To have all that in your back pocket. He never, ever, ever complained. He never, ever, ever showed any of that pain. He never showed any frustration. And he just was a man's man and my father for everyone.
Heather Rock sits on the X, 98X Charleston's rock station. Heather, our traffic girl, is in the studio today. Normally we call her a traffic center, but today she was very excited about meeting Jim Brewer, who is also in the studio. Hello, Jim. How are you?
Very good. How are you?
Good, man. What's going on with you now? Obviously, got a huge tour. Well,
Today's it. This is where we start. And it's raw stand-up. I haven't done raw, in-your-face stand-up in quite a long time. So this is going to be a little different than probably what you've seen in the past.
all right, brother. Nickelback. Let's do some Nickelback. It rocks. And if it rocks, it's on the X, 98X Charleston's rock station.
You did look a little starstruck.
Yeah. How could I not be? I watch him all the time in one of my favorite movies.
Half-baked.
I'm not Brian from Half Baked, and I'm not Goat Boy. I'm a stand-up comedian. This is what I do. This is what I've been doing straight out of high school.
You're just another Clyde Thomas, another brick on the wall. Curse I am.
I knew Dave Chappelle. He came to me, he's like, hey man, you gotta play my half-brother Brian, man. You look high as shit.
10 years ago since Saturday Night Live.
Dad's up. What's up, Pops? You good?
There he is.
Stick your head out, Muff.
I was here to see Jim Brewer, famous, and I'm taking him home. He doesn't even have to pay rent. The dad. The dad.
I put senior.
The dad.
He did.
All right.
I gotta go.
I gotta go too.
I'll be there then.
I'll think about you.
I'll be there then.
What?
I'll be there then. That's German. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Fine.
Be there
It's
then.
over.
I'll see you tomorrow. Stay with you and they can go to Tampa.
He's staying with me, and y'all are going to Tampa, okay?
I'll meet you in Tampa.
You want to go surfing?
I didn't bring a bathing suit.
You didn't bring a bathing suit. I didn't either.
Well, we can go naked.
We're going skinny dipping.
Ooh.
What has happened?
That's not yours, that's yours.
Wait a minute.
In the 4 weeks, I wanted to get to know him, but not, I mean, I think I know him, but at the same time, I don't really know him. It's got a little hazelnut in it, but it doesn't have,
What?
it has some hazelnut in it.
Hazels?
Hazelnut.
You put the, cut the nuts and you slice them, right?
Yeah.
You
And then,
put them in here.
yeah, and that's how I flavor it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
What's the earliest you remember being a kid?
Getting laid or what?
No, not getting late. Well, that too. How old were you when that happened? Let go, I got it. Let
Wait
go.
a minute.
I got it.
When I got laid? I don't know.
No, as a kid.
I'm still a virgin.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
How did I come around?
Well, you were just a joke.
To view your dad as one of your children is really part of a natural process. As much as we try to fight nature and life is you're a child, you're taken care of. Then you go through the experiencing life years, and then you create life. And then you're the father, and then as your children grow, and then your parents then start to cripple away, and then now you're the caretaker. It's a natural flow of life.
You need a haircut. Your ass needs a haircut.
You need to be shaved. I gotta cut your eyebrows. You're a mess.
Your ass needs a haircut.
Gotta get him to poop, because I don't need him pooping on a bus.
I don't have to.
All right, just checking.
He thinks I'm gonna shit on the bus.
That direction. Turn around.
Straight ahead. We need you to walk. Why are you standing here? Let's go.
He pretends he's stupid and annoys me. So I'll just stand still for 5 minutes. I'm like, come on, let's go. So I went to mood. He's like, ah! All right, you make a scene. Now you work your way out. Amazing. Do it all on his own.
Do the T-Rex, I can run like the raptor.
Where's Jimmy?
You guys will give it up for Jim Brewer.
Biggest bugs in the world, right here in Florida. Drive down the street at night. That's scary, man. And they'll come looking for you like 3 days later.
Hey, sleepyhead.
Who's there? Is that your car parked over there, man? Charlie, come here. Bring my brother out.
Sleepy baby.
One antenna. It's him. He just kept driving.
Oh, it's alright. It's okay. It's okay. I'll flip the TV over. Or my computer screen over. We're fine. We're fine. Let's go back up here where we can see you.
Your seat. Is it garbage can? Okay. See you about an hour and a half.
What? I gotta sit in here for an hour and a half? In the garbage can? That's not fair.
Rubber Ducky, you're the one.
Come on.
Rubber Ducky, so much fun.
Here,
I'll take one.
take them all.
I don't want. I can't. I gotta go do stuff. I don't have time to eat all those grapes.
Yeah, you cut them. I can't cut them.
Yeah. It's loud enough to it.
Where's that door lead to? Can you pee in there?
I believe you can do that.
Don't pee all over the toilet.
Ooh.
Very good job. Sit down.
Nice. Good job.
Dinner.
Oh, yeah, I got my dad here tonight. He used to live down here too. He's 85, 84. 84. Whew. That's heavy, man. You don't know what's going on. It's like any second. Well, it's true, man. And you could be trying to fart, like, don't push too hard. Yeah, you're right.
I remember you told a story once where you were over there and when you were in the war, when your planes would go off, there'd always be at least one plane missing when you come back. But there was one time when you went out, you didn't go on your plane. Someone wanted your spot.
They needed flight pay. They needed 4 hours.
And that's all he needed, and then he was out of there.
Yeah.
And then that was the first time your plane never came back.
You ask a lot of questions.
Well, I'm just curious. I want to know these things. I want to tell my kids and stuff.
You can tell them how much money you make.
Yeah.
And you can make how much? $200?
$200.
After we're through bullshit.
When we're through bullshit.
Oh.
I didn't know much about my dad as a soldier until later in life. Other people go like, you know, your father was a gunner on those planes to knock out the torpedo droppers and to go after battleships. Because your father was nuts. Yeah. All right, I don't understand. If you're in the Philippines, right, you're at war, right?
I wasn't in the Philippines in the war. I was in the jungle.
Right. Guam.
Yeah.
Well, that's when you're in the jungle. And you guys, you have money on you?
Yeah. In case some whores come along.
Out of the jungle?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't bother, male or female, I screwed them all.
How long are you there? 3 years. Where were you? South Pacific. We're in the South Pacific. Guam here, blah, blah, blah. Where'd you stay the longest?
What?
Where'd you stay the longest of the islands?
Yeah, I could get laid.
He didn't talk about it a whole lot, so it was very hard to find exact detail.
What do you want to hear?
When I started asking him, you know, did people shoot at you? How close were you? How close range were you when people shot at you? He'd always say it, and then he'd completely divert his attention.
I was in New Hebrides. I was in Guadalcanal. I was in New Guinea. Where you want to go?
Like, all right, that's what do you want to know about that stuff for? Which one was the worst one?
They were all worse. Monkey worse. Ham worse. Did you bring my glasses? No.
No, I didn't bring your glasses. It's not the easiest thing in the world to take care of elderly, especially if they're your own, because you're still attached to this is my mom and this is my dad and my father shouldn't be this way and my mother shouldn't be this way and this is not the way it's supposed to be, so you get caught up in that.
Wait a minute.
And my dad, they didn't know if it was a mini stroke, it wasn't a mini stroke. I think the worst part was when he had the bad reaction to medicine and he was done. They'd stuck him in the hospital a couple days and he came back and he was off. And everyone was like, he needs a 24-hour nurse. You need help. And during that time, the decision was he's gonna have people come and take care of him. He was definitely embarrassed to have someone else scrubbing him. I could tell this was more of a convenience for everyone who just didn't want to deal. Keep your hands warm. I had to make a decision where, all right, is this really right? Or is he gonna get so much more out of, I'm committing to this, get everyone out of here, I will do this. I didn't want to exhaust myself looking for a real caretaker when I knew, you know what, I could do this. Here we go. Whee! Yeah. How hard can it be to wash him? And I tell you, it was the beginning of one of the greatest experiences of my life. Hey, Jude. And the minute I said, I can do this, and I'll make it a project, and I'll do it my way, and I'll find out what makes him comfortable. We're going across the street. We're gonna go to good old Bobby Evans. I learned a lot about him. When I started playing his music in the bathroom, he'd come alive.
Yeah, really, don't stop for a wheelchair. It's all good. Yeah, really, rush to work.
But that's 85 who's air guitaring to Johnny Cash and Hank Williams. And I saw his childhood coming out, and he started talking about living in Manhattan and swimming in the river. And he'd ask me questions. He would talk to me like how's your daughter? And she learned to swim yet? And it was such a discovery. It was mind-blowing.
Thank you. Okay. We're gonna have pancakes and sausage. You want want something to play with?
I love busting his chops. I love getting a rise out of him.
But you go on tonight, and then I'm going to do everything I can to screw up your act.
Here come the bouncy bugs. Boing, 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 boing.
Yes.
You are no fun.
Some people see it like, hey, what's cool? How cruel. If it was cruel, you would see that he would voice to cut it out. But this is his only play. Even when you're older, you got to play. If you don't play, that's the true spirit that keeps you going.
Look at you. What happened to you? You trying to kill throwing
From
yourself down?
falling
Oh, really?
on the kitchen floor.
Have you fallen again?
No.
Do you feel better after we stop those pills?
If I take a few joints, and I feel great. No.
Yeah. That should be his spot, huh? That should be his word of the day. We'll do words of the tour and just do things like meh, 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 or that. What? Meh. What? Meh. What?
I'm going to do that tonight while you're doing your act.
Pleasant.
Just so people laugh at me.
He has a very dark, dry sense of humor. You know, when you see darkness, you also have a dark sense of humor.
Would you throw him out, please?
Yeah, throw him out along with my husband.
Yeah, how with your husband? He's a fag anyway.
Watch it. Down a level.
He loves cursing, loves swear words, loves it. It's his passion.
Just drink your coffee and shut up.
Hold on tight, because it may drop.
What?
What? I'm joking. You got to get up.
I gotta get up?
Yeah.
I get up?
No, you could sit there for the next 5 hours.
Sit here for 5 hours?
Like sometimes he'll be out of it.
Your hand.
I've seen Alzheimer's and I've seen people with dementia, and you know, they try to say that about my dad in the beginning, and I didn't buy it one bit because he wouldn't be that way with me.
No, you're going to go up the stairs.
Just a minute, I gotta turn around.
I have noticed he'd have a hard time remembering some of his grandchildren. He'd have a hard time remembering some of his own children. And I can tell if that's part of a release in life. Like, well, I don't see them a whole lot, and they don't see me a whole lot, so I don't think about them a whole life.
Where are you going? No one can see you.
I don't know. I have a hard time
What are you doing,
understanding
silly?
the whole dementia thing, and
You're how I get
it
views.
obviously exists, but I think we expect them to be done computers and they know everything now, and they don't. They have to be just like a child. You have to constantly talk to them and constantly show them pictures, and whether they remember it or not, you really have to keep up with that.
Find more in it. Who can I look up sound system effects? Yes. Yes, indeed. We'll have to look at that, won't we? Yes, Mr. James Fair.
Gotta be careful with this thing.
Put that down.
Jeez.
That's not a toy.
Here, fishy, fishy, fishy.
This works the shoulders, biceps, and it works the reflexes really, really good. This gets the blood moving.
Give me some pineapple.
So you don't fall for this. This is called the ignoring effect, where they ignore you when technically they're really sizing you up
Okay.
to grab them.
Give me some.
You almost had that. You need help? You got it. Come
Do
on.
I need help after you come and I got it all off?
Well, you're a grown man. You can do it on your own. You're doing good.
Oh, go shit in your bonnet.
I find things to play with him, whether it's a little rough or a little dark, or he loves slapstick. I roll up the paper, then he pretends he's gonna look for a knife or a fork to stab me.
Trying to fork me?
Yes.
Is that a nice fatherly thing to do?
Yes.
I'm calling a social worker.
I wouldn't give a shit if you called Santa Claus.
That's child abuse.
What's this?
This?
Yeah. No.
That's deer turd.
Deer turd? Oh.
Yeah, deer turd with like cheddar. You can't beat it. Very good. Are these raisins or prunes?
No, they're turds. They're mouse turds.
Well, I'm about talking with your mouth says, you know, drooling all over. What are you, 3? Scratch it out.
Go shit in your bonnet.
Can you drool in it?
What?
You heard me.
Go shit in your fucking hat.
There's times when he's not in the mood for it, but I also realize he's getting at the point where if he's not in the mood for it, it's kind of fun to pull it out of him.
My body lies over the ocean.
Me as a comedian, I started off where my mission in life was to crack someone who's got a sour puss on their face all the time.
Oh, bring back my body to me.
Fucking. Throw the shit at you.
Bring back. Bring back.
I'll keep throwing them till you stop.
Oh, bring back my body to me.
Go pick up the cheese.
Bring back. Bring back. Oh, bring back my body to me.
You fucker, you.
It's just like taking toys out of the box. Yeah, he's not in the mood, but I'll probe him to make him in the mood. And he's in the mood. And if I really feel he's really not in the mood, which there are times like that, then I'll just let him be. And I'll attack him later when he's sleeping.
How are you? Wow.
What was I like as a kid?
You were a brat.
I was?
Yes.
What do you mean I was a brat?
Because you always wanted to get laid. Yeah. Now do I get the 200?
No, absolutely not.
When do I get that?
When I say it's over.
I've been uplinked and downloaded, I've been inputted and outsourced. I know the upside of downsizing, I know the downside of upgrading. I'm a high-tech lowlife. I'm new wave, but I'm old school, and my inner child is outward bound. I take it slow, I go with the flow, I ride with the tide, I got glide in my stride. Driving and moving, sailing and spinning, jiving and grooving, wailing and winning.
Very rarely do you hear my dad go, that's as far as he ever laughed my whole life. Here you go. That's when you're killing with my father. He's a
Another word you don't hear too often is dingleberries.
George Carlin had him going, this guy.
I think it's because dingleberries is one of them words you don't say too much past your 10th birthday. Cornhole is another word you don't hear enough. That there is a posthumous multiple cornhole entry wound.
His attitude helped me tremendously in life as far as that he's seen the worst. He's seen the rots of the darkest, deepest depths of hell. And life is not that difficult. I took a lot of his laid back, take it down a level attitude.
Because it just makes all the sense in the world coming from a guy like that. I gotta say though, you never get through high school quite fast. Oh, they used to get by all the time to get the character did. I had no idea that all the time. There was a character. Wait a minute, that wasn't really you? What? That's not how you are in real life? We got Jim Brewer in the studio. He's gonna be at the University of Michigan Flex tonight. He grew up in Long Island. I grew up in Long Island, a little white trash, blue collared guy. My dad was a garbage man. So much for coming in. Thank you, Jim Brewer. Look, you good? You had to go back. If you had to go back in any age in the whole life, what age would you go back to? Age? Yeah. Any age, ever. Tomorrow you can go right back to that age.
I can't figure where I was hitting the most home. Yeah. What age was I that I was getting most?
What age was that?
What?
Hitting the most time.
Well, what age was that? Remember?
About 6 years old.
Come on.
I don't know how the fuck do I know.
You know.
Take any 16, that's good.
16?
Yeah.
No, seriously.
You 16?
16 you go to?
Yeah. You don't have to take my picture. I've already been discovered.
Yes, you have.
I had no idea what was said in that whole section there.
Yeah.
You're a good kid. Introduce my dad. I flew him up from Florida. He was living in Florida.
Hey.
And Sylvester Stallone comes on to host Saturday Night Live. He comes on, now my dad, I call him like, Dad, you want to come up with Sylvester Stallone next week?
It's like, I read somewhere he lives down in Florida. You think there's an Elks where he's at?
I said, I don't know. I don't know. So I fly him up to the show. He gets to meet Sylvester Stallone. Stallone's there. I go, Dad, come here. Sylvester wants to say hello. I asked him, everything's cool. This is Stallone. Is it cool you say hello to my dad? He's like, yeah, we're too fat. I'd love to meet your father. Hey, Mr. Brewer, it's a pleasure to meet you. I heard a lot about you. My dad, I'm not even gonna make this story up. I swear, I don't need to. He goes, how are you, Sylvester? How's it hanging? A little left?
He said, your father's hilarious. You're a great guy. Where you from? Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Kentucky, and I lived in Long Island after the Navy and after World War II in a big one, you know.
That's awesome. Well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I know what I mean.
Like, so where in Florida do you still reside?
Well, as a matter of fact, I got a place, it's called Hollywood, Florida, believe it or not.
And my dad goes, that's real nice. They got an Elks Club there? $1.99 spaghetti all you can eat on Wednesday nights. Another $1 Busch Light all night long. All night long.
Still on like, what?
$1.99, all you can eat. Spaghetti. With meatballs, all you can eat.
Hey, whatever rocks your boat. I mean,
This is a true story, man. And then he goes,
I'll tell you what, I don't know about no Moose Club, but you come down and see me, Planet Hollywood, I'll set you up.
He's been there, $15 a beer, fuck that, bringing you to the Elks.
I realized by the time I was almost 30, he never said I love you, ever. I realized too, every time I hugged him, he'd feel uncomfortable. Instead of getting mad and sad, it made me realize, like, wow, this man has never had affection. And that's just the way he was raised. You can't teach a kid how to make pizza if all he ever made was a cheeseburger. Is that an analogy?
Today, on the bus,
I keep calling down here.
So I
What's
help
the
him
deal
out.
there?
He starts waddling over the bathroom, but I smell something. Doesn't smell like, it's a little harsher than something that would flow out as air. So I'm like, you all right? He's like, yeah, bad. Go to the bathroom, and then like 15 minutes later, he's stinking up the whole front cabinet is just raw. So I open the door, I'm like, you all right? He's like, where are my pants? Like, so I'm like, stay in the toilet. I'm gonna get you clothes. I found him some other clothes. Open the door, I started, the smell just came out. It started humping me right in my nose. Went right to my gag reflexes. So when I opened, I started, and he's like, oh, Jesus, shut the door. I'm just thinking about it.
Oh.
What's up?
What, you need me here?
Well, I can't get you down off the stage, so you want to come down?
Yeah.
There you go. The rest is all you.
I'm with you.
Okay. I'm heading back this way. And so are you.
I'm going that way.
Well, you go that way, I'm going this way. You have a good night. Breath smells like ass. I'm not even kidding. Breath smells gnarly.
Wait a minute. I am waiting a minute. There's a bottle still laying there.
I know. Get in the seat.
You driving tonight?
No, I'm sleeping here. Let's go. You're in here.
Where?
Right in there.
Hold on a second.
Figure that. Look real. Squeeze it all out too.
Shit.
You got a shit?
I don't know. Can I flush that toilet?
Not if you got a shit. Just turn around and shit.
Wait a minute.
Well, turn around. Don't shit your pants.
Oh man, you shit already, didn't you? Did you shit already?
No.
You good in here?
Yes, I'm in here.
Okay. You good?
Hey, I'm good.
You like?
What'd I do with my cane?
I don't know. What'd you do to your pants?
Oh, that's just a wee. I don't worry about that.
Let me see. What'd you do with the cane? How's your ass? You falling apart?
Yes, I'm falling apart.
Oh my god.
Oh, go shit in your bonnet.
Oh. Oh.
Go shit in your fucking house.
Oh my god.
You're about as funny as
One night on the tour, I think it was the day he crapped himself on the bus. There was a lot of emotions. Part of me was embarrassed for him. Part of me was annoyed because I told him to go to the bathroom before we left, and he said, I don't need to go, and I don't need to go.
You going to bed?
Are you?
No, I'm going out all night.
You what?
I'm gonna party until I fall down.
Where?
Up the street.
Where's up this?
It's about a month. It's about
Who?
100-yard dash from here.
So that night, we got in. I was done. I was exhausted. My neck was killing me from stress. And I just wanted to put him in the bed, go out, have some beer, and catch a really good buzz.
Ooh, your hands are cold. You all right?
Your hands are cold.
I knew he felt shamed because he was like, where you going? You going out? I said, yeah, just get something to eat. I'm starving. You want me to? And I made it clear you're not coming.
Where are we going?
Oh, you going to bed, or are you hanging out watching TV?
I'm not going to watch TV.
I think he could tell like I was done, and he felt like maybe he finally got to me, or at least that's what I was thinking. I felt, well, I'm going out and I deserve this.
Where are you going?
Going out to the bar.
Well, where?
The local bar.
Well, no.
Want to watch TV for a little while?
There's nothing on TV.
Nothing? You just spit?
I definitely felt guilty. I felt like this is when it was almost like the kid fell down the stairs today and he got embarrassed by everyone. And what he really needs is someone just there to say, it's okay. You don't have to hug him, you have to hold him. Just let the kid go to sleep and be in the house so they know you're in the house. And I wasn't gonna give that to him, although in my heart I felt I should.
Want to play you some Johnny Cash while you're hanging out?
Where they at?
Where you going? Finnegan's. Who's that? It's a short walk. I'll wheel you there. 20 after Thursday. Time to color. 1. 20. You need some rest. What? You need to rest your butt. Please it. Please that. Banana juice post. Finland Cyclo. How far walk is it? It's not for you tonight. Now send me. Really got this bang? Yeah, don't worry about that. It pulls down too big. You get anything out here? You're going to the bed. I'll go to bed and shortly. Okay. We'll hang out. Listen to Johnny. Just for a while. Okay. 10:30. 11. I'll meet at 11 o'clock. I'm the bonus to it. One. And comedians entitled 2.5 hours. Yeah. No one. I love you. But get your waist somehow. Oh yeah, I'll remember everything. And then coach. How many records have? Huh? How many records does have? What? Oh, like 12. How do I turn it on? Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
I went outside and I just looked up and it was a beautiful sky and I just started praying. I was like, man, what should I do here? Am I being selfish? What am I gonna get out more of this situation? Go drinking with the buddies? I could do that anytime, anywhere, the rest of my life. Am I gonna have one of the most amazing stories of all time tonight? I doubt it. Or do I go back to the room and let him know, you know what? I know you don't feel good about what happened today. And don't worry, you got someone to back you. So I decided to go back to the room. And before I went back to the room, I went, you know what? Go have fun. Don't take care of your father. Go be with your father. Go hang out. And he was like, what are you doing? I said, I don't want to go to Bennigan's. I'm really not that hungry. It's cold out, and I want to hang out. I said, do you mind if I hang out? I made it seem like, hey, do you mind if I'm invading your space? We hung out. I played Johnny Cash. I asked him some stuff about his childhood, and then we started talking about his situation. I started laughing. I started like, Dad, it sucks to be you, man. It really sucks to be you. I go, I can't imagine not being able to control myself from shitting. I said, you should tell people. You should tell people to let them know you're not. I bet you there's 1,000 people like you. I bet you there's. He's like, oh yeah. I want to announce to the world, hey, guess what? James Brewer likes to shit himself every other day. He started giggling. He started like, and that was like the greatest gift in the world that night. And I really, sometimes you gotta take those moments and really measure them out. You going for self-righteous reasons, or can you really make a moment out of your life and someone else's? And you know what? I'm really glad I went with that way, because now I got something to talk about the rest of my life.
On the following leg of the tour, we had to fly down to Tennessee, where we would meet the bus and then drive down to Alabama and New Orleans. It was just too much traveling for my dad, getting him to the airport and on a plane. So we decided it would be better for him to stay home and just rest.
Let's go get her.
Here, we find ourselves in the Concierge Club in Hoover, in a wonderful hotel. In these facilities, you find a lovely breakfast. Yes, lovely breakfast with perhaps forms of corn muffins and lovely pastries is what we'd like to call it. And of course, we would find ourselves with teas, and if you feel like reading, perhaps you'd like to sit down and test your skills. Styrofoam cups.
These babies.
Worth every penny.
I was looking forward to relaxing with the crew that I was with. Go see a band, go have a beer, go relax, go see some sights, go to the zoo, and not have to have someone to care after.
Something tells me we're gonna see like a rooster, a llama, and maybe like a spider monkey. There's a giraffe here.
Can you imagine like living in the jungle of zoo, hang out with your friends, and all of a sudden you're stuck in Birmingham, Alabama. I could stare at a gorilla for hours. Why don't you come in and try to pet me, goat boy? I'll feed the giraffes. Ooh, brother. Got enough time for train?
You love the news on SNL, you love the fun movie Half Baked, and you love listening to the radio show on Sirius Satellite Radio. Birmingham, Alabama, show some love, give it up, make some noise for Jim Brewer!
Yeah, I went to the zoo today. Look out. Yeah, did you even know you had one? Kid's just tapping on the window. Gorilla! Gorilla! And he was sitting there like, you believe this shit?
Dad's 85. Moves his pants. Wait till you have to deal with that, man. Your dad craps himself. It's weird, because it's your dad. You know, he feels weird. Your dad feels weird if he has to crap himself. You gotta take care of it, right? It's weird. You gotta tell your dad the way, like, a kid would talk to his teenage kids. You gotta talk to your dad, like, Dad, you know, you're gonna crap yourself one day. It's gonna be weird. You're stuck like that.
They say everything you have to leave to miss it, and you don't realize you miss it till it's gone. I miss just shaving them. I miss taking my clothes off. I miss being a shithead. He's like a cute little kid. The later leg of the tour, when I brought him back, it was like seeing your kids again. It's seeing their excitement. He was so excited to be back with the boys. You're a baby.
Come on, let's go check out the bus. Come on.
No hanky panky.
Oh no, Woody.
I'm gonna turn everyone on to the greatest movie of all time, Raging Bull. Put my robot.
All right, you hear me, Larry?
The Valley Stream Town Hall, one of the famous stories of our town.
It was a union meeting.
A union meeting.
Yeah.
And what happened?
I got in a fight. It was only one punch. And I got out of there fast. The police guys.
He'll have a
cheeseburger, medium well. When's the last time you washed your hands? When's the last time you washed your face?
About 2 months ago.
Look at you, look like a mountain man.
You can take this home with you.
I don't think they like that. You can pay for it.
It's got all stains on the bottom. Who are you waving to?
The people. See all the people? No, they're right there.
Oh, you're waving to them.
Yeah, they're waving right now. Hi.
Oh, hiya.
You're right there.
Yeah. Why don't you go sit outside?
Why'd you go sit outside?
What time's the show? So I know what time to go to sleep.
Roll, baby.
I remember one time being mad, like, oh, you don't love me, you say I love you. And then I decided, like, you know, you haven't walked in his shoes, so. And I started saying, every time I would talk to him, every time I hang up, say, I love you, Dad. Every single time, I love you, Dad. And probably after about a good year, I said, I love you, Dad. Anyway. And first it turned into, babe. First he would say, okay, kid. Babe. And I would giggle, because I knew he was like, it was so hard for him just to say it.
Hey!
You too.
Hey!
You too. And then finally one day,
Take
I said,
it easy.
He goes, me too. And make a big deal of it. Just hung up, and when I turned to my wife, I'm like, he said it. He said it.
Honey, come on, here with jokes. Let's be friends now, okay?
Have a leg.
I don't want these.
Throw it back.
Do you think there's like God or something out there?
Do you owe me money? If they're out there, then I'll take them.
You think like we just born here and then die and show's over?
That's it. What else is there? Nothing.
I don't know.
Born, you live, you work, you die. Everyone forgets you.
I don't think people are gonna forget you. I think your legacy is gonna carry on for quite a while.
You think so?
No, I know so.
And as soon as we finish the interview, you give me the $200.
Yeah, I'll give you the $200.
Wow. In American money. After we're done.
This tour, just being with him was beyond enough. My dad will not say, hey Jim, I love you. But I know he loves me. It's like seeing something on the ground. He knows it's there, I know it's there. So do we have to describe the whole thing? Or do we use what has worked forever? Laughing.
Go pee. You want me to open the toilet seat?
remember me being little and he said, I want you to have so much more than me. I had nothing. I want you to have everything.
Get your teeth ready here.
And I got everything. I got children, I got a family, and I got him still. And I got what he wanted.
Do you ever think about what it's going to be like when you don't have that?
I do, but that's part of it all.
I'll sleep right next to you.
You know, he's not gonna be here much longer. So yeah, I think about him not being here all the time.
All right, going to bed.
Good night, Muffy. Love you.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, Meatball.
Everything comes in timing. That's something where he may be on his last breath. And I may whisper something in his ear, or he may get a vision. And all that sadness inside him, all that stuff that he thought, maybe all that tragedy he saw, which he never shows, but is obviously still in him, maybe that'll all be healed. I don't know, but I think it will be.
Wait a minute.
Everyone has in their mind, like, what's heaven gonna be like, or what's the afterlife gonna be like, or is there, or whatever's in people's minds.
There was one moment that really made me, I broke down and I just sobbed in the room. My sister brought him to the Elks Club in Tarpon Springs, Florida.
Your ass is twisted.
About an hour later, he calls up. He sounded like a 5-year-old kid that got a lollipop. He went, Jerry, how about the Elks? I went, you're kidding. He went, I wouldn't shit a shitter.
You want to sit out here?
Oh my God, I'm at the Elks. And I was like, that's gonna be his heaven. When he dies, he's gonna go to heaven, and he's gonna walk through a door and they're gonna go, Jim, you gotta make the meatballs today. Put on your hat and you gotta serve some Miller Lite. That's gonna be his heaven. I heard it. That's where he wants to go to.
That was really nice. I like Jim Brewer. What do we got up next?
You know what I was just thinking of? The perfect description for this is dangerously funny. Welcome back to Bounty of One, and today we are playing the Peacock Roger. Now if you take a look at the top left, I've done a video about pretty much everything in there. We had a huge bounty.
Katy Perry's eye. Katy Perry's eye. Blah, 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 blah. Who cares? Let's learn what causes sleepwalking.
Mumbling fantastical gibberish. Devouring blocks of cheese in the nude. Peeing in places that aren't toilets and jumping out of windows. These are all things people have reportedly done while sleepwalking. A behavior that's mostly benign, but can be dangerous in rare cases. It's estimated that around 18% of people sleepwalk at least once in their lives. So what exactly is sleepwalking? First, we have to understand just how many of our daily activities do not require our active attention. Your prefrontal cortex is your brain's conscious, deliberate, decision-making control hub. You might decide to get up and walk using your prefrontal cortex, but the intricate coordination of sensory inputs and muscles that follows does not require any attention. Instead, it's mostly executed by a network of specialized nerve cells along the lower part of the brain and spinal cord. Sometimes mumbling fantastical gibberish.
Did you reset it?
Devouring blocks of cheese in the nude. Peeing in places that is a separate condition. Sleepwalking arises from a very different stage of sleep, the deepest stage of non-REM sleep, which is called slow wave sleep. In this state, the cortex, including the prefrontal cortex, is essentially turned off. When someone is roused from this stage, they'll usually appear groggy before either dozing off again or becoming fully conscious. For that moment, though, they're in an intermediate state, straddling sleep and wakefulness. A sleepwalking episode is, essentially, an extreme, prolonged version of this. When sleepwalking, the prefrontal cortex remains inactive, so the person doesn't possess executive, deliberate control over their actions, but other parts of their brain are active. And, as we know, the body is capable of a lot without involving the prefrontal cortex. Sleepwalkers avoid obstacles, walk, and speak, though it's often nonsense. Most sleepwalkers can do basic things, operating in a peaceful, unemotional, dreamless state. In rare cases, sleepwalkers perform more complex tasks like cooking and driving. They're occasionally guided by physical urges like eating or pursuing sexual activities. And some episodes involve the brain's fight or flight system, during which the person might suddenly perceive an imminent danger and vocalize, cry, or even jolt out of bed and run away. These episodes, called sleep terrors, are more common in young children and usually resolve naturally. Indeed, sleepwalking is generally more common in children, perhaps because the brain areas that control the transition between sleep and wakefulness are still developing. but the exact mechanisms that cause sleepwalking remain unclear. Many cases appear to run in families, while others are more mysterious. Anything that could lead to partial awakening is thought to increase the likelihood. This includes factors that promote deeper, slow-wave sleep, like sedatives, hot sleep environments, and operating on too little sleep. Or things that disrupt sleep, like stress and other sleep disorders, such as sleep apnea and restless leg syndrome. Doctors will usually evaluate these factors and promote habits that aid in healthy sleep, such as exercise, stress management, and a consistent and sufficient sleep schedule. They'll also often recommend safety measures, like hiding dangerous items, installing door alarms, and securing windows. If this doesn't help, they'll consider certain medications, but many of the available treatments for sleepwalking haven't yet been rigorously studied, so how they work and how effective they are is not entirely clear. So, what should you do if you encounter a sleepwalker? A common misconception is that rousing a sleepwalker causes irreparable harm.
They'll have a heart attack.
This is
They'll
not
die.
true. However, trying to forcefully wake them can cause confusion and distress. The best practice seems to be to gently guide them back to bed, and if they resist, to simply ensure they're safe until the episode resolves. If you were faced with the possibility of exchanging your life for a new one, would you take it? This choice is at the core of Matt Haig's best-selling novel, The Midnight Library. Travel into a world of alternate realities by downloading a free audiobook version at audible.com/ted-ed.
Alright, what's going on everybody? Welcome back to another video here on the channel, and today we'll be talking about YouTube's new major update to the platform. I'm one of those people, you know, I criticize YouTube a lot, right? I've made a lot of videos talking about what YouTube does wrong, about the things that I don't like that they do, but I'm also one of those people, man, I really believe that you need to give credit where credit's due, right? Like when someone does something good or they make a positive change or something, you need to also say that. If you're going to be one of the people like me who criticizes things and calls things out and makes a point of things, then you also got to do it on the flip side, right? Because it's not really cool to just hone in on all the negative and not the positive. But if you haven't been able to tell yet, I'm actually pretty excited about the new YouTube update. I think that there's some pretty good changes, some pretty good additions coming to this. And overall, I think that this is a pretty good update, and it follows a string of good updates by YouTube to the platform. I've been kind of talking about these as they happen, and I'll continue to talk about these as they happen in the future. So every time there's a new update, I'll be letting you guys know right here on the channel. But there's some new stuff coming to YouTube, some new features, some new design changes and everything that I kind of wanted to talk about in today's video, because to be honest with you, a lot of these changes could end up changing pretty much everything. They make the platform more usable, they make the platform more visually pleasing in my opinion. I think these look better than the update that we had last with the UI, even though I do have some things I want to nitpick about it. I'm really excited for the playlists update. I'm excited for some of the new features that are coming to YouTube that we'll be talking about in this video. Hey man, and I noticed only half of you who are watching this video are subscribed to the channel, so if you want to get new and breaking updates about everything that's going on daily, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below and turn notifications on so you never miss another Optimus upload again. So with that being said, let's go ahead and start talking about some of these changes to YouTube. So this is how YouTube video pages are going to look with the new YouTube update. And as you can see, one thing that you'll notice immediately is a lot of the like video cards and the buttons on the page and the description and everything, it's got rounded edges now. I know this isn't a major change, but graphically the website looks a lot cleaner. This UI is very nice. I mean, looking at the buttons and everything, everything's pretty viewable. You know, you can easily see the like and dislike button, which is one thing I want to nitpick. I really wish they'd bring back the dislike counts on videos. I know that's probably not going to happen at this point, but dude, it would be such a huge major W for the platform. I think most people will agree on that. One other thing I want to nitpick about this, the subscribe button being white and black instead of red now. I've always preferred the red subscribe button. I've always thought that that helps it kind of pop out a little bit more on the page, so I wish that it would have stayed red, but I mean, at the end of the day, the button doesn't look too terrible. Everything's like pretty clear and concise with this layout, and you'll also notice notice that the background of this is like way darker to the point where it's almost like pitch black, right? And that's because they're also adding a new dark theme to the YouTube layout, which to me is a significant W. One of the things I hate the most about watching, you know, like internet content or surfing the internet late at night is when like I'm on a laptop or on a computer, right? And I get on a web page and it's just like this bright ass flashbang of a website, you know what I mean? I can't stand that, man. So YouTube's dark mode is already pretty decent, but I like this one a lot more. I think the page looks better with it. I think it looks cleaner in this mode, and also at the same time provides way less strain on the eyes when looking at something like this. So I think it looks really good. They also, of course, rounded, like I said, all the buttons. They updated the sub and the member buttons to not be red or anything like that. So graphically, the website is going to look a little bit different right now. Another thing I want to talk about that they are doing is improved navigation from links. So anytime that you link something, say in the description of your video or whatever, it'll now pop up as a button that is clickable. That'll help you, I guess, identify where these things kind of lead to on the internet a little bit better. That way you're not just clicking random links. I know that's going to be helpful because there's been a lot of like spam bots on YouTube in the comments, and they'll be spamming like Telegram links and stuff, posing as like YouTubers like myself in our comment sections. And any way that we can combat them, in my opinion, is a massive W. And it also makes sure that people can't link to like malicious sites without you knowing and stuff in the description. YouTube's already been pretty tough about stuff like that, but there have been issues with that in the past. I think this is going to be great. I think that helps a lot, you know, basically being able to see a little bit better where stuff is linking to. I don't really see that as a problem. That's a W. That helps the user make more informed decisions when they're using the website. So that's a W from YouTube. Another thing also in this update that I would really like to talk about here is what they're calling the playlists update. So when looking through a playlist now, as you can see, everything is a lot more clear and concise. Before, it kind of just listed a bunch of options in your face, and sure, you could scroll through there and click anything you wanted, but now the UI is like larger, it's a little brighter, there's more color, there's more like visual pleasing, I guess, when you're looking through these playlists. The top options to like play all the videos and everything are way larger, it's more concise and everything. This is huge because for channels like me, my playlists really matter because people, they watch multiple videos on my channel on average, so being able to like go to the commentaries playlist or like, you know, the Watch Optimus playlist or something like that and have a better idea of what you want to watch and what's available in those playlists is a huge W. I've gotten tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of views through these types of clicks through these playlists and stuff. So for a lot of creators, this is going to be a pretty massive change because if you can funnel viewers down to your playlists and get them to watch multiple videos, obviously that racks up more watch time, that racks up more views, and that racks up basically how many pieces of content that your audience is watching of yours. And that's huge for creating long-term lifetime fans. And that's like here at Optimus, what we've been focusing on a lot. We've been trying to get people to, you know, kind of stick with the program in a way, you know what I mean? Not just watch one or two videos and disappear, but become like a lifelong fan where they can enjoy content for years to come. So this is a huge feature. But now let's go ahead and talk about some of the new features that are being added to YouTube in this update. So one that I'm really hyped up for, I think is really cool, is we're finally getting pinch to zoom on videos. So one thing you can do on like a smartphone is you can like pinch by taking your fingers and pulling apart, and you can zoom in on the smaller like fine details of images on your phone and stuff. Well, YouTube is now adding a feature like this to their platform, so you can zoom in on the finer details of videos and zoom in on small things inside of pieces of content. This is a really good addition in my opinion. It adds something cool and unique. I shouldn't say unique because I mean you can do this on other platforms and stuff too, but like it adds something that the platform didn't have before. You can, like I said, fine tune into little details. So for instance, let's say I threw like a discount code for merch in like real small in the corner, people could zoom in on that or whatever, right? And kind of see those details when they wouldn't have been able to before. That's kind of the way I'm looking at things with this, right? And another feature that they're adding is precise seeking, okay, which will make it easier to navigate through videos down to a fine-tuned selected point throughout a video. Obviously, this is a really good addition because it's going to help people navigate the parts of videos that they want to easier. I have personally noticed that there are times where like I'm on mobile, right, and I'm watching a video and I'm trying to like scroll through and seek to exactly where I want into a video, and it's just damn near impossible. So I feel like this is a pretty major change that I'm also excited for. Overall, this update to me, pretty decent. I mean, I like the new UI changes. I think they look sleek, they look modern, they're pretty easy to look at and visually pleasing. The new darker dark mode is fire. I like the way that basically content looks on both mobile and on desktop, which is huge. I don't think people realize like how much of an effect UI can really have on the enjoyability of a website. I think this UI looks pretty good. I think the platform will function pretty well. And overall, that's going to be good because as a creator, when a platform functions even better, that's better for me. And ultimately, it's better for you too. But of course, I want to know what you guys think about this whole thing. Do you like the UI change? Do you like some of the new features? Let me know what you think about this YouTube update down below in the comments section. And with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you did enjoy, make sure to leave a like. Subscribe if you're brand new around here on the channel. Follow me over on Twitter and Twitch at SubToOptimus. Make sure to check out Shoptimus down below. Thank you to my channel members. Your support helps my channel tremendously. You can become one by hitting the join button down below. And of course, until my next video, guys, this is Optimus, well, telling you about the new YouTube update and signing out.
Turbo-engine accelerators. Status confirmed. Checking rapid ground controls. Status confirmed. Sequence initialized. 3, 2, 1, 0. Rampage mode activated.
These boys greet their dad as though they are genuinely glad to see him. As though they had really missed being away from him during the day and are anxious to talk to him.
See you at dinner. I'm going to emotionally ignore you. I'm going to go drink and ignore your accomplishments, son. Have a nice day.
Notice how Mother seems to become angry herself because of Jeff's anger. Perhaps she shouldn't.
Get your mom a pack of cigarettes. Now make sure they're light, because she's pregnant. I'm going to go smoke some pipe tobacco, and when I come back out here, I'm going to punch you over a slight misunderstanding.
They knew there'd be unpleasant
buddy. I didn't know it was baby mode.
Oh, hey. It's baby mode, is it? Oh, no. Ah, you got me.
All right, on you go, killer. You've got a long day ahead of you. I think it's bedtime for this little soldier. Okay, guys, let's get back to our posts, but quietly. All right? I will eat your soul! I will eat your soul. Where are you, Doomslayer? Oh, hey there, little buddy. I didn't know it was baby mode.
Oh, hey. It's baby mode, is it? Oh, no. Ah, you got me.
All right, on you go, killer. You've got a long day ahead of you. I think it's bedtime for this little soldier. Okay, guys, let's get back to our posts, but quietly. All right?
It's springtime in Iran. We're in the heart of the Second World War. A recently released group of Polish soldiers stumbles across a young boy at an empty train station. They stop in their tracks, speechless. They're not so much interested in the child as much as who's alongside him. Grisly teeth. Dagger-like paws. Thick brown fur. A stray bear cub sitting inches away from them. Caught off guard, the soldiers contemplate their situation.
How did the bear get here? Where does he belong? What should we do with it?
Captivated by the cub's human-like personality and surprising warmth, the group decides to take it under their care. They pay the child and go to a nearby Polish refugee camp. But this is just the beginning of a long and strange adventure. The cub stays with the soldiers for months, eating a diet that consists of marmalade, fruit, and syrup. Eventually, they decide to give him a name. A Slavic nickname translating to Happy Warrior. Wojtek begins to assimilate even further with the soldiers, interacting with them and mimicking their every move. He begins to smoke cigarettes, drink coffee, and sleep in the bunks with the other soldiers. He even learns how to salute when greeted. Soon, Wojtek is the unofficial mascot of all units stationed nearby. With his own unit,
The 22nd Artillery Supply Company.
he moves to Iraq, then through Syria, Palestine, and Egypt. In 1943, Wojtek and the 22nd Company are reassigned to fight alongside the British 8th Army in the Italian campaign. A high-stakes mission to liberate Italy from Nazi forces. There's only one problem. British transport ship regulations prohibit pets and animals on board. The group must think fast or leave Wojtek behind. Finding a rather clever loophole, the unit officially drafts Wojtek into the Polish army as a private. As an enlisted soldier, Wojtek now has his
Can't
own
refuse him
playbook,
now.
rank, and serial number. But he isn't done yet. Fast forward to 1944.
The Battle of Monte Cassino. An effort by Allies to advance towards Rome, and one of the bloodiest battles of World War II.
Morgan Webb wannabe.
Shots ring out continuously.
Morgan Webb, what am I talking
Chaos at every turn. The
Morgan
22nd
Freeman.
Company is facing daunting circumstances and a decreasing number of men. Aware of the life or death situation at hand, Wojtek springs into action and does the impossible. Picking up cues from his fellow soldiers, Wojtek begins to carry 100-pound crates of artillery shells to nearby Polish gunmen. Crates which typically require the strength of 4 people to carry. He does it without ever dropping a single shell. Crate after crate after crate. Now, with the ability to fire rounds at a more rapid rate, Polish troops prevail. For this heroic work, Wojtek is promoted to corporal.
World War II ends shortly after in 1945. Following demobilization in 1947, Wojtek is given to the Edinburgh Zoo. This would be his new home. He spends the remainder of his life here, often visited by journalists, tourists, and his former Polish soldiers, who give him marmalade and the occasional cigarette. A celebrity in his own right, he's even a frequent TV guest on BBC News. Wojtek dies a hero in 1964 at the age of 21. But his legacy continues to live on.
You are watching Disrupt.
How does a beautiful national park turn into a bloody battleground all in the matter of a few years? For centuries, many believed that war was a uniquely human activity, something so brutal, so complex, so tribal, that it was beyond the capabilities of any other species. They were wrong.
Western Tanzania.
Gombe Stream Research Center, consisting of open woodland, lush forest, and roaring streams. A community of Kasakila chimpanzees live together in harmony, offering each other protection, shelter, food, purpose. Acclaimed primatologist Jane Goodall looks on, studying, recording, researching. For years, the ecosystem is calm, predictable, but you can feel a turn in the air. Something isn't quite right. Something feels off. These groups, once wholly unified, are starting to distance from one another. A group of Kasakila chimps begin to form their own group, their own family and identity, consisting of 6 adult males, 3 females, and their children. Named the Kahama by Goodall, this newly formed group is roughly half the size of the remaining Kasakila community. At first, this distancing is innocent enough, but it doesn't stay this way.
January 7th, 1974.
The evening is still. The moon shines through the forest canopy. Kahama chimps are feeding, socializing. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Then, in the blink of an eye, an ambush. 6 Kasakila chimps lead a swift and deadly raid on the new, smaller tribe. First blood is drawn. Chimps scream out in terror. A Kahama adult male, Godi, is pinned down and viciously killed as he's caught off guard feeding in a tree. It's a gruesome scene. The first victory for the Kasakila chimps. As an act of celebration, they dance, throw branches, and taunt before going back home. With this incident, the war has officially begun. Now on high alert, the Kahama chimps arrange border patrols. Male chimpanzees who quietly patrol the territory, listening and looking for signs of a threat. But the worst is still ahead. Over the next 8 months, more raids, more deaths, more violence. As hard as they try, the smaller community simply can't defend themselves. It's a losing cause. The Kasakila chimps go on to kill every male Kahama chimpanzee. In cold blood, they've now all but eliminated the Kahama community from the region. Their conquest is short-lived, however. In control of more land, the chimps encroach on a nearby territory owned by another chimpanzee community, the Kalande. The Kalande are a larger group, stronger, more connected. Outmatched, the Kasakila relinquish the territory and retreat back to their original home. In all, the war lasts 4 years. Eventually, the aggression dies down and peace is restored among the neighboring chimp communities. But it isn't without loss. The war comes as a shock to Goodall.
For so many years, I had believed that chimpanzees, while showing uncanny similarity to humans in many ways, were, by and large, rather nicer than us.
Explained Goodall.
Suddenly, I found that under certain circumstances, chimpanzees could be just as brutal.
Since the deadly Gombe chimpanzee war, researchers continue to document more and more conflicts between chimpanzee groups in Tanzania. The largest member of the deer family, able to grow up to 8 feet tall. Some weighing over 1,300 pounds. Powerful muscles, sturdy hooves, majestic antlers. A substantial presence capable of making anyone think twice about crossing their paths. The moose is a mammal unlike any other. For centuries, moose were used in Scandinavia as transport animals to carry various resources across long distances. They were considered valuable for their ability to thrive in harsh, cold conditions. But the Swedes had a different use in mind.
1660, Sweden.
King Charles is on a mission to become a major European power. Looking to make a name for himself, he turns to his closest confidants for strategic military recommendations. Many suggestions are made, but one idea catches fire.
You should strap sharks with
Replace
freaking razor beams.
horse-led cavalries with moose.
Because, why not?
Intimidation. King Charles believes that moose cause fear. And enemy horses. Enemy forces off guard. Formations can easily be broken without the use of deadly force, thus saving resources and men. So King Charles officially makes the order, and the moose are quickly compiled. Unfortunately, things do not go as planned. During training, the moose refuse to ride into battle, continuously scared off by gunfire. They're indecisive and passive. They can't stay in formation. Susceptible to disease, they slowly begin to die. Soldiers find it difficult to feed the moose, which are used to foraging across large areas instead of being fed in pasture. It becomes clear that the moose are not an effective alternative to horses. As a result, the moose never make it into real battle. Though King Charles' unorthodox move would ultimately end in failure, the story of the moose-led cavalry lives on. Don't be fooled by the paws or the fur. These three stories are violent reminders that there's a darker side to the animal kingdom, a side that isn't likely to go away.
Hello. Thank you. 41. Yeah. Nothing. I'll probably do something this weekend. That's good. Oh, good. Sure, Jeremy will be up for grilling. We haven't done anything in the last 2 weeks, so probably be doing that at least. So me and Jeremy haven't grilled in the last 2 weeks, so we'll probably do that. Oh yeah. Well, I will. Thank you very much. I love you too. Bye. That was my mom calling, wish me a happy birthday. Monsters? No. Don't remember monsters.
Monster of the Week, splash in a good story with a twist, and do more of a Brothers Grimm take than a slash 'em up. Rubenstein wanted the show to be both fun and scary. Back in '89, Rubenstein said this on The Tone: "We relate our stories with a more classic perspective on the genre than shows aimed at a younger audience, giving people a scare in a fun way. You can suspend disbelief more easily if you know in the back of your mind that it's not real, which is very different from following a psychotic killer through the middle of the night." The softer approach may be hinted at in the show's intro. It's memorable, but can become a tad redundant after watching an entire season. It was different from its anthology counterparts. Instead of the creepy with the matching imagery, this intro had the meta approach with a monster family set in a suburban 80s home, gathered around the television getting ready to watch their favorite show, Monsters. There's about a million reasons to love Monsters. I think for me the biggest was the balance between silly,
You can turn off that damn stereo before I turn it off for you!
and scary. Some of my more memorable episodes are on the silly side, like Satan in the Suburbs or My Zombie Lover. Sure, there were episodes that just didn't land, but you could say that for any of the anthology shows we've done. I will say that sometimes I can't recall which of these episodes came from Monsters or Tales from the Dark Side or the new Twilight Zone. I can definitively tell Tales from the Crypt episodes from all the others though. However, there's a fondness in my heart for Monsters. It has so much charm. I think Rubenstein proved his point with both of his anthology shows. You also get stories from Robert Bloch, Stephen King, Tom Noonan, Michael McDowell, Paul Dini, heck, even Bob Balaban gets a credit. I enjoyed the cast list as well. Debbie Harry, Jeff Conaway, Billy Drago, Chris Noth, Maxwell Caulfield, Ashley Lawrence, John Saxon, Lisa Waltz. Okay, I'll stop. You get it. So that said, here we go. Time for our favorite episodes. As always, if you haven't watched the series, I may spoil some of the episodes. There's a 30-year clause or something. Hey, these aren't my rules. Come to think of it, I don't have any rules. Portrait of an Artist, Season 2, Episode 2. This episode is probably the one that stuck with me the most. The less eerie reason is that Darren McGavin has a special place in my heart. A Christmas Story and Kolchak the Night Stalker, which is a column we need to cover for a variety of reasons. The other is the subject matter itself. There's no traditional monster here. A man, McGavin, watches over a gallery when a woman comes to visit. Upon her visit, she finds that the art is disturbingly human. Yes, the art is people, but not in the Soylent Green sort of way. The woman later comes back with a gentleman who sees one of the pieces and identifies it as his missing daughter.
Good Lord, it's Penny.
The art itself is just disturbing as all get out. There's one part where the woman sees a piece of human hair and starts to pull at the plaster, whatever they're covered or coated in. McGavin does an excellent job in this, as he usually does, but it's an interesting role for him. It's one I think that I could have watched as an entire movie.
Irish! Chinese now. I never did get to see any of those Chinese folk. Well,
All in a Day's Work, Season 1, Episode 21. Adrienne Barbeau! One of my favorite horror heroes. There are so many badass women in the genre, and she is in the top 5. I love that we still see her pop up here and there. Alright, crush rant complete. For now. So yes, Barbeau is the main reason for even choosing this. She just has this way to create charismatic characters. This one revolves around a man who goes to Barbeau for help, saying that he has a doppelganger.
I've got a doppelganger. A double.
One of my favorite devices. She tells him that this type of magic is above her skill set and is rather dangerous. When the doppelganger winds up in her home and after her son, she agrees to take on the task. The best moments involve Barbeau and the demon Baphomet. There's a little bit of corniness to the character of Baphomet, played by Eddie Velez, who seems to be aging backwards. It's that 18 magic, right? He plays that guy who thinks he's cool so well. The demon effects on this are pretty rad as well. There are a few squirmy moments, but it's more entertaining than anything.
Well, destroying a demon makes up for conjuring one. I guess my heavenly tablet is clean.
The Waiting Game, Season 3, Episode 10. Okay, so all of these are the ones that stuck with me. When I think of monsters, these are the ones that pop into my mind when the series is brought up. That said, have you ever watched something and there's a particular moment that just sticks with you? Maybe not just a scene, but how it feels. This episode has that for me. When the 2 Air Force officers in the bunker launch the missiles realizing they've destroyed the world, you feel that enormity even though you aren't there and this is total fiction. You think you know what's coming, but the twist at the end was not anything I was expecting. You know what? I'll leave this one to you if you haven't seen it. I'd be interested to hear how it lands with someone who hasn't seen it at all or hasn't seen it in a long time. Mannequins of Horror, Season 1, Episode 23. This is like an extremely long Tool video. It's actually based on a story from Robert Bloch, whose name may sound familiar as he wrote Psycho, The House That Dripped Blood, and 62's The Cabinet of Caligari. If I had to choose the creepiest of all the episodes, this would be the one. The ending leaves you unsettled. I think the makeup effects on this are brilliant. Seeing the surgeon's face mangled and rearranged is an image that you see later in your nightmares, and then some. You're just walking down the street and boom, it's in your head. This story was originally presented in the 1972 anthology film Asylum starring Peter Cushing, which features stories from Block. But honestly, I don't know who's creepier here, Dr. Star or the clay figures. Actually, this is a real toss-up. Brilliant surgeon who creates clay people to do his evil bidding, or massive predator, not the cool kind, Dr. Star. Yep, Star's gotta go. La Strega, Season 1, Episode 24. This is written by one of my favorites in horror, Michael McDowell, which I've probably mentioned a million times. So, here's the thing. This one isn't especially scary. Rob Morrow plays a man who accuses a witch, I assume she's also a witch here, played by Linda Blair. He accuses her of putting a curse on his mother, which led to her eventual death. Blair makes a deal with Morrow that he's to stay with her for 2 weeks in order to prove she's innocent. Over this period of time, he winds up falling in love with her and learns the truth about what really happened regarding his mother. The episode is just steaming with sexual tension between Blair and Morrow. Blair brings more of the sexy than Morrow, though. I think it also says something that Lizzie Borden directed these episodes. She would go on in the next couple of years to write and direct segments for Playboy's Inside Out, Red Shoe Diaries, and Erotique. Vibe check complete. The plot gets a little confusing, but Blair, just doing what she does, sells the shit out of it. Holly's House, Season 1, Episode 2. Holly is a dick. Holly's a large animatronic doll with a very calm demeanor, except for when she doesn't fucking have one. Holly is the center of a children's show. She's this demonic, self-aware Cabbage Patch doll who gets jealous when her puppeteer, Karen, becomes distracted with her relationship with the postman on the show when she finds out that she's pregnant.
Yes to you and our baby.
Hope I've got you. Holly then takes over and tells Karen that they can never be apart. Karen at one point even says,
Holly doesn't want me to have a baby.
Weird. At first, they believe that Holly's behavior is just Karen acting out, but Holly proves she's in charge when she kills the postman. Holly sucks, but I love the man who actually controlled her, Michael J. Anderson of Twin Peaks and Carnival, which should also be a column that we cover. So, where can we watch the series? At one point, the show was running in syndication on Sci-Fi and the beloved Chiller channel. You can see the first season on Prime, but that's all you get. You can either get the DVD set on eBay or Etsy, or you can hit up the YouTubes. How does this one end? Well, there isn't much in the way of an exact reason for the ending. There's a small note out there that Monsters was seen as a direct spin-off of Tales from the Dark Side. Totally can see that. I figure the viewership just wasn't there like most of the beloved anthologies, but sometimes it's best that they don't just run for an eternity like anything else. It wound back up on Sci-Fi in the 90s for a bit, and then in 2011, Chiller picked it up. Man, Chiller was the best. You guys want to talk about doing a show on something, just run clips of Chiller promos for like hours. The DVD was finally released in 2014, and that was it for the series. If you haven't seen this yet and you're a fan of anthology horror, like me, please check this one out. You know what? Let's just blow this up as a beacon of our love for the show. Just blow it up. Just like it a bajillion times and send it to your best friends and send it to your enemies and just your grandma, whoever. Alright, I'm getting carried away. Until next time, and don't forget the candied critters, my creepy companions.
Okay, I'm here on behalf of Naranja Academy's Ghost-type Pokemon Club, on assignment to find Ghost-type Pokemon. I saw a couple here earlier. Let's see if they're still around. Deep breaths. I can do this. Oh, it's just a Mimikyu. Okay, keep it together. That's that Gengar! Oh, come on. I know I saw something else here earlier. There it is. Oh, that doesn't look like it's just a candle. Oh my goodness, it's so cute! Hello, look at you. You seem friendly. Who took a Pokemon? Oh, wanna play, huh? Oh, am I really this out of shape? Okay, here we go. Wow. Searching for ghost types really sucks the life out of you. Okay, just one more time.
There you go. I don't really play Pokemon games. Blah, blah, blah. Political crap.
It's up to me. I can't wait to get started. Whoa. I can roam free and explore wherever I want. Wait up. There's Pokemon everywhere. Oh, some new ones I've never seen before. And old friends. Battle! Let's do it! Whoa! Now it's a water type? Come on, let's see what else we can find. Catch, battle, and train in the newly evolved open world Pokemon Adventure.
Certainly seems
My
more
world,
traditional than the
my
other
way.
one.
In Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet. Only on
Running short on what shit to watch. I might have to go play a game. What shot do we play?
Denizens of the internet. Former network executive reaction here. After I published my review of Dwayne Johnson's opus, Black Adam, it elicited an excellent discussion about rating movies in our modern era. And have we been beaten down by so much mediocrity and the preponderance of superhero films, which maybe are one in the same? Have our standards sunk so low that a movie like Black Adam could be rated a 3 out of 5, as I had? I did specifically say in my review, the irony is that the most profitable movies are also the most artistically uninteresting. Well, they seem to be now. How could I have given Black Adam a 3 out of 5 when I would have given Shampoo, starring Warren Beatty, maybe
Loki started okay,
3.5 out of 5? And Woody Allen's Scoop, come to think of it, Scoop was just 1.
And miserable.
Anyway, do we need 2 scoring systems? One for something that actually resembles a movie, and
they replaced
another
everybody
one
too fast
for stupid shit? It would be way easier to score the recent spate of Marvel movies,
kick off all that
Wonder
woke
Woman
shit they've been doing in the
85,
comics.
Black Adam, etc., in the stupid
I
shit
think the only
category.
reason Hulk didn't get replaced
Why would we even think that they
by some
deserve
Asian
to be
version,
ranked
like he does in
with
comics?
The Godfather, In the
It's
Heat of the
because he's
Night,
already-
whatever happened to
he's
Baby
already
Jane,
out there shilling for
American in Paris? Yet
for
we
the,
continue to try to shoehorn
Democratic Party,
them in
left
there.
wing,
But then,
blah 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 blah.
what
blah.
about a clearly good,
I need to go out there and tell
unambiguous
everybody
popcorn
what my
movie
brother's
like
doing.
Iron Man 1, Alien and Aliens, Tim Burton's Batman,
No, I
Nolan's
don't
second Batman,
I don't
Star
care
Wars 4
what side
through
you
6,
are.
the
I don't
first
care.
Raiders
Shut
of the
up.
Lost Ark, Terminator 1
Stop
and
telling
2,
people what to
RoboCop,
do and
Starship
what to think.
Troopers, Forbidden Planet. They would be
You're
at
not
the
really
top of
reality.
the stupid shit category
You're
and would
rich.
also deservedly be included in the movie category somewhere. This is what keeps me from having a good night's sleep, thinking about this conundrum. Oh, and an enlarged prostate that makes me get up and pee several times during the evening. Sure, we could cut down on the preponderance of superhero films. We've gotten kind of bored with them, but as long as a $200 million investment might turn a multi-billion-dollar sale, the corporate bean counters will happily continue taking that risk. So, will we be getting more superhero movies? Warner's has brought back Henry Cavill as Superman, so that's for sure. We will be getting a retooled Aquaman at some point. The Flash, I don't know what will be happening with that.
I can't believe they're going to
Perhaps it will
release that
only be
Flash
shown
movie.
in prisons. For sure, Wonder Woman with Gal Gadot still has gas in the tank.
There's a Miller is
Marvel will certainly retrench
shit.
and try to get its moribund
insane.
franchises back from horribleness. Will an Ant-Man coming in February start the ball rolling? Bill Murray is in it. Star Wars is pretty much dead. Though as a former exec, you can never say never. But only a person of extraordinary talent, confidence, and the ability to fend off the dozens of people who demand a say in how $200 million are spent will succeed. The rumored Lindelof will not be that person. Getting back to my rating system proposal, just because I'm dumping on superhero movies doesn't mean the movie side of things is that much better these days. Honestly, in the present environment, Black Adam would still have done pretty well in the movie category because so much uninteresting stuff is being produced. And by that, I mean there are lots of small movies that have been good, but we're not getting anything like The Graduate, Cool Hand Luke, Bonnie and Clyde, The Dirty Dozen, Speaking of which, would that have been in the stupid shit category if released today? What do you think? Do we create a second stupid shit category along with a movie category, or just hope the studios start making better movies and maybe pull back from all the superhero ones? I look forward to your comments. Till next time, denizens, be
I think that's the funniest thing he's ever said.
Oh, comedies.
Yeah,
What the fuck do we do with
they're just gonna
comedies?
start making better movies when people already go watch the bullshit. Yeah. We're just gonna pay good writers. Oh God. Should we give it a look? We all know it's gonna be bad. Let's see how bad it's gonna be.
Today is the day we finally get a first look at the Fallout TV show. This is the first time we've been able to see this TV show, at least officially. So yeah, there have been a variety of leaks around the Fallout TV show, and I'll actually talk about a few of them in this video, some of the newer ones to come out. But this picture right here was shared earlier today to commemorate the 25th anniversary of Fallout, and it is the first time Bethesda and Kilter Films have actually let us see something about their upcoming Fallout TV show. The only other time they've talked about this properly in an official capacity was the short trailer, which was before anything was done on the show. But here we're getting an official photo, which likely means this could be the start of the marketing campaign. I wouldn't be shocked if this is a still from an upcoming trailer. Looking at this picture very closely, there are definitely some things to pick apart. The first two things to jump out to me is, of course, there's somebody coming into a vault with the massive vault door opening, as well as we could see a variety of vault dwellers about kind of taking in what is happening here. This is Vault 33, and I think from some of the clues they leave in this picture, you could actually kind of tell what's going on here, as I think this is going to be the moment that at least some of these vault dwellers choose to leave the vault for the first time. We can see this person in the doorway that actually looks like they're leaving. When I first looked at this picture, I thought this was somebody coming in, almost like it was this godly figure entering the vault. But in the Fallout games, you always wear your Pip-Boy on the left arm. This guy's Pip-Boy being on the left arm means he is facing away from us. And as you look at the surroundings, you can start to piece this story together. The guy on this left-hand side looks incredibly shocked at what is happening. The person on the right-hand side almost looks like he has a weapon by his hip, holding some kind of weapon but in a lowered state. And this person with a vault suit with a bit more going on in the neck, to me, seems like it's probably the Overseer. So this is likely going to be the Overseer, as well as Vault Security and some other guy that are just astonished and shocked that somebody is opening the vault door to leave. And off to the left-hand side of the image, you can see some legs of somebody who is knocked out or taken out completely, and it almost looks like this is near a console, likely that same console that opens the vault door. So I wouldn't be shocked if in the Fallout TV show, or even in the trailer, we see a situation where a bunch of people are in a vault, perhaps with some crazy rules or restrictions as this experiment in the vault is going on. Maybe some people are like, hey, I want out of here, and somebody eventually forces their way out of the vault, and that's what we're seeing happening here. And I think this plotline just broadly makes a ton of sense for the Fallout TV show. Although, of course, Fallout is incredibly popular, I'm sure this will be a lot of people's first look at this franchise. So getting to showcase the world from the perspective of a vault dweller that is just stepping out into the apocalypse for the very first time is a great way to introduce us as the viewers to this world. The character in the show will be somewhat confused as to what they're seeing, and us, the viewers, will also be kind of confused as to what we're seeing. One aspect that has stood out to me from some of the leaked set photos is the attention to detail just really seems like it's here for the show. Like, this just feels like a perfect recreation of the inside of a vault, but also at this entrance scene in the official photo, we can see the rules are literally identical to the rules you could find in vaults in Fallout 4. It's something relatively minor, but I think it really does speak to the broader attention to detail that the showrunners are bringing to the table. Although, of course, one of the more interesting and broader takeaways is this is going to be Vault 33, likely a main character in its own right during the Fallout TV show. If we use that loose Fallout rule of thumb, this likely means that the show, or at least this part of the show, will be taking place on the West Coast. Most of the lower numbered Fallout vaults are on the West Coast, while the higher numbered Fallout vaults are on the East Coast. Vault 34, for example, is going to be in the Mojave. You could see see it in Fallout New Vegas. Vault 33 has actually appeared in a Fallout game in the past, Fallout Pinball. Does this make Fallout Pinball completely canon? I don't really know. But yeah, Vault 33 is pretty much a blank slate, so there's no real established lore for this one. The creators of the show can really make whatever backstory they want here. And it may not even be on the West Coast, as one of the other pretty interesting things that has come out during all of this is the Twitter account for Kilter Films. The production company for the show has made their location on Twitter Sweetwater Clanton Wasteland, which is pretty interesting. It seems like it's going to be a settlement known as Sweetwater in the Clanton area of the broader wasteland, or alternatively, there actually are these two places with Clanton, Alabama and Sweetwater, Tennessee that are just 4 hours apart from each other. Perhaps this is a clue as to one of the broader locations the show will be taking place in. But then there's also that other thing where there's a whole other vault. So as I mentioned earlier, there have been a bunch of set photos to leak online around the Fallout TV show. This is pretty common. Obviously, as you're filming a TV show, not everything can be kept indoors with some of these sets. There's some very public filming locations like in the dump Staten Island, but some of the photos to leak were actually showcasing another vault, but not this one, as there are a ton of pictures of a more destroyed looking Vault 32. So unless there was some last minute change, it seems like the Fallout TV show will have both Vault 32 and Vault 33, which definitely feels like it has to be a plot point, right? Like perhaps there was an experiment going on in Vault 32 and then a different version of that experiment in Vault 33, or families split apart and half of them getting sent to Vault 32 and the other half to Vault 33. That could be a pretty interesting storyline. The Vault 32 photos in particular look like something went on. You can see a bunch of exercise equipment thrown around, a bunch of dead crops, and this could be an indication that whatever the experiment that was going on in this vault ended badly, or just not with anyone actually surviving. But either way, at this point, a ton of set photos have come out, giving us some ideas as to what's to come here. As I mentioned earlier, we had a ton of photos of the Super Duper Mart on Staten Island. It definitely looks really cool, although you've probably seen these already. Not nearly as well covered is this new settlement, what may be known as the town of Philly, spelt with an F, not a PH. This looks awesome, and like it's straight out of Fallout. I mean, this really just looks like it's going to be Megaton brought to life. I don't think it necessarily is Megaton. I think it's just a city or a little town that looks quite similar to Megaton in a thrown together nature. On the container wall that protects this settlement, you could actually see Robco written on one of the containers, along with a bunch of other real world companies. And from some of the other photos, we could see things like power armor that actually looks like it may be a Brotherhood of Steel set of power armor, but also some people that look like they could be Enclave members along with scientists, and really a ton of pictures of vault things, whether it be people in vault suits, vault interiors themselves. It seems like vaults could end up being a pretty prominent aspect of this show, at least early on, which may be supported by this IMDb description of the first episode, which says, as the Brotherhood of Steel invade the Vault City, it is the job of Mike and Elizabeth to rescue the citizens. So now, to be honest, IMDb descriptions are kind of hit or miss. This could be real, but in all likelihood, it's probably not real. At the very least, I would take it with a massive grain of salt. But either way, we got our first look at the Fallout TV show right now, and I gotta say, I am incredibly excited. I really hope this marks the start of a bit of a marketing cycle. Hopefully we get a trailer in the next couple of months, or even in the next couple of weeks. That'd be awesome. We still don't necessarily know when exactly this show is coming out, but a 2023 release date is definitely looking promising, and I'm pretty hopeful for what they could do with this one. I think they could tell some pretty interesting stories, and I feel like based off what we've been seeing with a lot of these set photos, we could see a bunch of different stories told at the same time. Something the showrunners here have liked to do in other series like Westworld is you basically follow different groups of characters as they go and do stuff, and then in the finale or bigger points in the show, all of those characters come together. Something happens that brings them all together. I could see a formula like that actually working really well in the Fallout TV show. So you could see different parts of the wasteland. You'll see some vault dwellers, maybe you'll see some Brotherhood of Steel, and then maybe even just some raiders. And it can take you to different locations. We've seen some filming all over the US, whether it be in Brooklyn, but then also a ton of stuff being done in vaults and even what look like military bases. Either way, I am very excited for this show. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. But with that, I thank you all again for watching, and I hope to see you all next time. Later.
I wonder who's making it. If it's going to Netflix, it's gonna be crap. Guarantee it. If it's going to Netflix, it's gonna be crap. The company's doomed. Ugh.
My wife sent me a note saying to meet her here, even though she's been dead for 3 years.
Wait, she's like dead and buried already?
Yes, she is.
Well, then she's not here because she's dead. So go home.
Well, the note I got from this town was written by her, so...
Anyone can just say they're a dead person, but you buried her, so she's that note's a lie. Just go home.
Well, if there's any chance...
You're stupid.
But if there's any chance.
James, you know I get a pizza? I don't think they have pizza around here, Eddie. Murder should be legal. What? I should just be allowed to kill people. Why would you even want to do that, Eddie? Fuck you, James! Oh, okay, I don't want to make a joke about this one. You look exactly like my wife. Are you really Mary?
I don't know, maybe. Maybe I am, I don't know.
What?
I'm actually dead. I mean, I'm not dead. Who knows? Who knows if I'm dead? I don't know.
It's a yes or no question. I'm not following. What are you doing?
You're crazy, James. Or maybe I'm crazy. Or maybe I'm messing with you. What could it mean? It could mean anything.
Just give me any answer. Nothing has made sense all day, and I'm losing my mind. Can you get out of here? Okay. Now. Again? She's dead again!
Hey everyone, this is Manly Badass Hero, and
game.
welcome to Slay the Princess, which is a horror game. You must slay the princess
Go
or
play
the
this
world
game.
is doomed.
We're not gonna watch this though, but go play this game. Holy shit, go play that game. The demo's out. You can play it. Even the demos. I haven't played the full game. I played the demo, and holy man. It's just a point and click, which I don't really play that much. So this coming from somebody who doesn't even really care to play most of those games. I'd say 99% of them I don't really care to play. Man. It was cool. It was cool. Slay the Princess on Steam. Go play the demo. Or go to YouTube and watch me play it. It was only about 30 minutes. I only got 2 innings? I'm not sure. It wasn't much. But it was cool. Ooh, that's long. Let's hear someone's bleach theory. What if Eisen was a traitor? What are you talking about? He was a traitor. What is this? That's dumb. Oh, anybody ever seen this Chucky yet? It's pretty good. I only saw
Here we
about
go again!
4 episodes.
Here we go again. Listen. Here we go again! Here we go again.
Oh, okay. Comics Explained. Nice.
Alright, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Avengers vs. X-Men vs. Eternals Judgment Day and the return of the Phoenix Force, which I am ridiculously excited about. By the way, yes, the new trailer for Ant-Man and Wasp Quantumania came out. Yes, we'll be doing it here on Comics Explained instead of Geek Culture Explained, because I don't want to burn myself out. And that video will be here later on this week. So, having said that, this is ridiculously cool. And there's a lot of history that goes into this, right? So, we're going to have a field day with this story because it's absolutely amazing. So, one of the things to remember is that when you have the kind of Unity Squad, which is basically what this is, Iron Man, Jean Grey, you do have like Logan and like some of the other Eternals who were here. This is their second attempt at a strike force, and this is what we talked about before. The first attempt at the strike force was to basically hit like what was essentially the kill switch for the Progenitor Celestial. This one is more of trying to find a way to destroy it from the inside out. Now, initially they thought they could be sneaky and get on board, but the funny thing about this, and this just shows the level of power the Progenitor Celestial has and its lack of concern, is that even when they're inside of it, it's still testing them. So the last video that we did focused on the test of Iron Man, of Tony Stark, testing his character to see whether or not he's worthy of surviving. With Jean Grey, it's much the same way here. The funny thing about this is that when this goes down, as they're making their way to the heart of the Celestial, so to speak, that Jean Grey is able to help them deal with some of the forces to a degree, but then her test begins, and she's suddenly yanked back to the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Now, this is one of the cool moments, and there is a little bit of history here. So for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with Jean Grey, when she initially appeared in Marvel Comics, she literally showed up in X-Men issue number 1 and was kind of our eyes and ears as the reader, meaning she was given a tour of the entire grounds by Professor Xavier. She was told what the X-Men were, what their purpose is, why they do what they do, that kind of thing. But there was a story that was written later on by Chris Claremont in Bizarre Adventures issue number 27. And what this did is it actually told us Xavier had been watching Jean Grey for quite some time. That this was actually included later on in the X-Men Origins Jean Grey one-shot. But the way the story was originally written is that when Jean Grey was a little girl, her friend Annie died. And when that happened, she kind of sent out this sort of telepathic shockwave, like an SOS, right? Like a telepathic scream of anguish, if you want to call it that. Xavier picked up on it, but so did the Phoenix Force. And both of them basically watched Jean Grey. The Phoenix Force watched her knowing that Jean Grey was the kind of person who would eventually become the host of the Phoenix, and Xavier watched her because he realized how powerful she was telepathically and telekinetically. And so this is why she was originally brought on the X-Men team. Now, unlike what we saw in the Iron Man one-shot that we covered in the last video, where it's strictly confined in the mind of Iron Man, this one actually shows us what other people are doing, right? So it's kind of a little bit of a jump back and forth. But the reality is, for the most part, they come to the consensus, this is Jean Grey's test. Jean Grey has to be the one to endure it, but there will be a kind of stepping in that does take place. But the Celestial continuing to prod her mind, showing her these parts of herself and forcing her to confront these aspects that she had largely wanted to get rid of, it basically takes her mind to the Quiet Council, when they were initially trying to decide what they were going to do with the Progenitor Celestial. And the reality here is the discussion as it took place was a discussion of, okay, what's best for the world? How do we handle this? So on and so forth. The real meat and potatoes of this discussion was that the Quiet Council didn't really care how their actions impacted normal mutants who were out there, or even just regular human beings, because
This is boring. Ooh, watch that. Something I want to do. Respond to this comment. That was made in one of my videos. Oh shit. What was it? Nights in the Nightmare. Nights in the Nightmare. What is that? Bah. I don't know. I guess the main character looks like her. The main characters look alike. That's about it. The boss fight reminds me of Knights of the Night. So, look at it. I don't understand how this reminds him of this. Hold on. This is the boss fight. This what he said reminded me of that game. I don't get it. Which, by the way, Last Command comes out here. Looks tomorrow or next day. Oh man, I can't wait. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna play it because it's awesome. I used to love Snake back in the day. Old school. This puts a really fun spin on it. And before you get here, there's levels you have to go through like this. You can either go really fast or really slow. Yeah, I went too fast and crashed. You have to slow down. You have to hold down the A button, otherwise you're constantly going fast. Oh, it's out today. Hmm. Elf Sex Farm. I just saw that. Ooh, who else bought that? Oh, my buddies bought it. Oh, what the go play? Ba, 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 ba. Oh. Don't really want to play Potato. I'm gonna fix that game. I feel like I keep getting ripped off. Play Dragon's Dogma. Nori Cash just got an update. Farming simulator, no. No. Let's see what's new on Nordic Ashes. Shadowy. Shadowy. Hey, today's my birthday if you want to throw me a Prime sub. It's free. Also, as of today, I won out. Well, I didn't go out. But I have a new mic and a new webcam coming my way. So you're both gonna be hearing and seeing me crystal clearly. Very, very soon here. Can't wait. Let's go show you. I'll go show you what I bought. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. There's my camera, which has a little front-facing light on it. This is my new mic. It glows red when it's not muted, and you can mute it by just tapping the top of it. And it's got a built-in pop filter. And it's the arm I bought. Very, very soon here. I can't wait. I should have it by Friday. It'll look all professional. Hey, pumpkins! Is that the update? We put pumpkins on everything? Alright. New content, we'll play it. Weenie Pig. Free content. Hello, Miss Underhood. Wait through. I feel so fat, man. I can't get through anything. Fat and slow. I haven't leveled up any. Oh. Oh yeah. What's all this about? I gotta earn my weapon. Come on. Just give it to me. Weapon sucks. Can't remember why I stopped playing this. Oh, come on, there's gotta be a dive button. Damn it! No! Damn it! I remember what to do now. Yeah, go pick up quick equipment as fast as you can. In the boxes. Awesome. You get coins and buy them and stuff. Shit. I think a coin. Ooh, there's Twitch settings? God damn it, stop it! Ah! I gotta type all that. God damn it. Ah. Give me a second here. What the hell? Alright, one more time. I might have to download an extension, so I might have to disconnect here. There we go. Hmm. I don't know. Show Twitch chat names and enemies. Oh. Okay. I don't think you guys can do much. So see your names on screen. Give me money. I need money. Give me money. Nothing. What? No. Shit. Nothing. Oh, all right. Screw that. See what they did their repetidium. This one was different. Had a mining aspect built into the bullet hell roguelike gameplay. Weird. There we go. So you get your materials by mining, which is kind of tricky. Sweet. Ah! Abdash. Ah! Ah! Hey! Top 10, baby! Nice! The dude abides. Nice. The dude does abide. Nice. Go download it for yourself. Try to beat my score. Oh boy. Chicken Man. No, auto fire this guy. Oh! Oh! No! No! Fuck! Oh shit. Sorry about that. Top 10, baby.
Choose your character.
Ugh.
Choose a weapon.
I think I like the auto guy better.
Choose an ability. Get ready.
seems like you got more time with this guy. So I'm not having to switch to fire. He's just automatically fire, so. What are you doing? Messing me up. Holy shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Gotcha. Ow! Fuck! Keep forgetting I have dodge. Old top 5.
Repetition! Choose your character. Choose a weapon. Choose an ability. Get ready.
I don't think this guy can move, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Alright, yeah, I can do this. Not quite sure what you're supposed to do with these characters. Alright.
Repetition!
Let's play some Rogue Legacy. What about that? Haven't played that in a while. No, you can't have candy. Not for dogs. I can't wait to get my new mic. And my new web camera. Friday. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah, you here. Rogue Legacy. Ay. Give me a second here. I gotta go get my other dog. She's been outside for a little while now. It's cold. What did you do? What is it? I gotta sneeze. Alright, pull my nose. No. Whew. Ooh, boy. Give me a second here. Shit. Boonk! Come on, come on. Bing! Ah! Oh, get it. Bye. Bye. Bang! Oh, you can't control the angle either. That would be really cool. If I could press up, it would fly at a higher pitch. Shit, you fucker. Could use some health. Oh yeah. Get some cash for I'm about to die. Oop. A piece is done. We're gonna pause it right there. I'm gonna come back and watch some videos.
All right, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Avengers versus X-Men versus Eternals Judgment Day and the return of the Phoenix Force, which I am ridiculously excited about. By the way, yes, the new trailer for Ant-Man and Wasp Quantumania came out. Yes, we'll be doing it here on Comics Explained instead of Geek Culture Explained because I don't want to burn myself out. And that video will be here later on this week. So, having said that, this is ridiculously cool. And there's a lot of history that goes into this, right? So, we're going to have a field day with this story because it's absolutely amazing. So, one of the things to remember is that when you have the kind of Unity Squad, which
All right.
I used to ask myself a lot of questions. Scott, you're at ex-con. How are you an Avenger? That doesn't make sense. But everywhere I go, people tell me the same thing.
Thank you, Spider-Man!
People still need help, Dad. That's why we made this. It's like a satellite for deep space, but Quanta.
Wait a minute. You're sending a signal down to the quantum realm. Turn it off. Now!
Oh boy.
It's a secret universe beneath ours. What are you so afraid of?
Oh yeah.
Something I never told you.
This place. It isn't what you think.
Hey, Bill Murray!
And give you more time. If you help me. So, what's it gonna be? Ant-Man.
Looks like it could be good. I'm sorry about that. There we go.
Are you ready for the very first taste of World of Warcraft Dragonflight lore? Because I certainly am. Fun fact, I was actually going to upload a video today talking about why I am excited for Dragonflight storytelling, and now Blizzard has released this, giving us our very first taste of Dragonflight lore and storytelling. So let us watch and let us see if Blizzard has improved their storytelling with this expansion compared to that last one that I don't think many of us were too happy with. So let's just dive on in and let's watch this bad boy. It's Nosdormu.
holds many mysteries, but few answers.
Stop there! Who are you?
One who would be your guide. Tell me, what do you remember from before?
My general, a fierce battle. And then I was imprisoned in darkness.
But now, you are free.
What are you?
Come, there is much I would show you to prepare you for the challenges that lie ahead.
Legacies, Chapter 1. I like his dragon tattoo. It looks cool.
This place is so strange. Where are we?
Where is less important than when. Many thousands of years ago, when our world was young, Azeroth was home to the ancestors of dragons.
Dude, we're gonna see Galakrond.
Primitive beasts ruled by primal instincts. Yet, there were a few in whom the spark of intelligence was lit, who thought, spoke, and felt more deeply than the rest.
What does this have to do with me?
Were it not for them, your people would not be. From these proto-dragons, there arose the monster, Galakrond.
Galakrond, there he is. Damn.
Whose insatiable hunger would have consumed us all.
It's like a big dragon from House of the Dragon.
When the fate of our kind was at stake, we five overcame the instincts of fear and self-preservation and united to battle the Leviathan.
So, you were one of these.
For our bravery, risking everything to save the world, we were granted a gift of the Titans, transformed into something greater. Together, we became the Aspects, leaders of the Dragon Flights, the protectors of Azeroth. In time, we took on visages like this to better commune with the younger races.
Why have you shown me this?
I am Nosdormu. I was aspect of the Bronze Flight. It is my fate to see all of time. But now a threat to our world approaches. An ancient enemy has returned. You will play a part in the events to come, and you will have to make a difficult choice, as we did.
I am not like you.
No. My story is already written, but yours, and that of all Drakthir, is only beginning to unfold.
Where the hell did the Drakthir even come from? I've not looked it up, okay? I ain't spoiling nothing. Did some human in Goldshire one day decide, hey, I'm gonna go to Durotar and fuck one of the crocodiles, all right? And we're gonna see what happens. And the Drakthir was the result. All I know is that they look a little silly. This was great, man. Seeing Galakrond, it's pretty much confirmed. I mean, Nosdormu, he's like, oh shit, dude, like, there's this guy and we fought him a long time ago and his name's Galakrond and an ancient evil is coming back. And they don't even show Galakrond dying. He just falls out of the air and just lands on some rocks or whatever. You tell me this big guy died by falling on some rocks? Probably not. I think it's pretty much guaranteed at this point that we're gonna see Galakrond come back. And you know what? I am totally cool with that. I've been saying it for years. I don't want to play as a dragon, all right? I want to kill dragons. I want to go all Beowulf and shit on this dragon right here, and I want to dragon my nuts across his face, okay? The classic fantasy, just going and killing dragons, I love it. Beowulf, Archangel Michael, Siegfried, you know, getting those Dragon Slayer vibes, love it. I love the Nosdormu voice actor. I think he sounds fantastic. Like, I could just listen to this guy talk with that slight reverb echoey effect that he's got. I could listen to that guy like read a phone book and that would be absolutely, it would be awesome, man. Dragonflight is such a mixed bag for me. On one hand, like, I don't want to get too excited for it, but on the other hand, I am pretty excited for it. I mean, the pre-patch just came out today. I haven't even logged on to check it out yet. I just woke up to this. So I'm gonna go play with the new talent points for my characters here in a little bit. And then, I don't know, man. Like, I'm trying not to get too excited for Dragonflight, but it's like all the little pieces are falling in the right place. At least, I hope so. I'm actually gonna be working on a video later tonight where I'm gonna jump into the Dragonflight beta and I'm gonna play it for 1 hour as a brand new character and just experience it and share my thoughts on it. A 1 hour experiment in Dragonflight, so you can stay tuned for that. All in all though, Dragonflight Legacies Chapter 1, fantastic.
Welcome everybody to the 10 more disturbing movies that'll make you stare at the wall. Last time I listed 13 movies I thought everybody should know about. Today, let's keep up the pattern. I'm gonna count down 10 movies, talk about the plot a little, and some of the disturbing moments. And if you wanna learn more, click the links in the description. But first, we do got a word from Manscaped, so listen up. This video is brought to you by Manscaped.com, the best in the world for male grooming. And they have gifted me the Manscaped Performance Package 4.0, the perfect arrangement that will truly have these saying thank you. The package comes with the Lawnmower 4.0, electric, cordless, waterproof trimmer with advanced skin-safe technology. Just plug it right in and you'll have 90 minutes of use along with a display to show you how much charge it has. Tap this button 3 times. Enables the travel lock so it doesn't go on when you're traveling. Tap it 3 times again just to turn the travel lock off. Oh my goodness. Look, the Weed Whacker. This is a nose and hair trimmer. Same skin safe technology that will truly help clear up Hostel. I know Hostel like the back of my hand. You can watch this movie on HBO Max and Hulu. Directed by Eli Roth. It's about 2 friends, Paxton and Josh, who travel across Europe looking for good times. Well, some random pothead tells them to check out a random hostel in Slovakia. It's filled with good times. It just sucks that really the hostel is a front for an international crime ring that kidnaps tourists so they can be tortured gruesomely by rich people. Paxton isn't the best of people in the world, but he literally splinter cells out of the torture compound, saves a random tourist, and escapes the country. Paxton is goated on this channel. He's in the disturbing Avengers, the Revengers. This movie is filled with gore, vomit, and brutality. Let's just say that eyes explode and it's nasty everywhere. Now, Hostel, definitely a classic disturbing movie. Check out Big Will's video on Hostel to get the rundown. Number 9, Martyrs. Now, I don't have a video on Martyrs anymore, but it is easily one of the most disturbing movies ever. I'm gonna link Horror Geek's video on Martyrs because as far as I'm concerned, you'll get no better video talking about it. But you can also watch the movie on Tubi. Directed by Pascal Laugier, Martyrs is one of the darkest and most depressing movies ever. Lucy escapes from being tortured, growing up in an orphanage with her friend Anna, haunted by a demon. Once they are adults, Lucy kills an entire family that was involved in her torture. And soon we learn a secret society is the culprit, torturing women gruesomely to accept their suffering, all in a bid to use the martyr to learn what comes after death. This movie is gruesome. The torture of anybody is extensive and saddening, and the ending is a head scratcher, but regardless of what comes after death, Martyrs is one film that will never die as one classic disturbing movie. Check out Horror Geek's video on Martyrs to get the rundown. Number 8, The House That Jack Built. The movie about the gruesome serial killer. You can watch this on Tubi. Directed by Lars von Trier, same guy who directed Antichrist. The House That Jack Built is all about Jack, a pretentious nutjob who argues his sadism with the Roman poet Virgil. In 5 chapters, or incidents, we see Jack murder old ladies, girlfriends, and children, taking their bodies to this large freezer and often posing them for photographs. In a way, Jack is like a caricature of various killers, but still his own disgusting character. The ending of the movie is very unique in that Jack is taken through the circles of hell by Virgil, like Dante's Inferno. And let's just say that Jack is a few circles deeper than was intended for him. Not that I'm complaining. I definitely call this a new classic disturbing movie, one of the best about serial killers and their mindsets. Check out Big Will's video on The House That Jack Built. Number 7, Dogtooth. Oh Lord, my teeth are hurting already. You can catch this on Pluto TV. Dogtooth is a Greek film directed by, sorry for the mispronunciation, Yorgos Lanthimos. It's a story about keeping your children locked away from society, and that only spells horror. A couple have locked their 3 kids away from society and keep them ignorant. They can only leave the home once they lose a dog tooth. The couple arrange for a lady to lay with the oldest son, but she ends up introducing the outside world to the 3 siblings, causing the oldest daughter to get rid of her dog tooth as soon as possible. And let me just say, she literally beats it out, and you will feel the pain as you are watching. This movie has the death of a cat, kind of brutal, fake of course, abuse of the children, and incest, and it's definitely a film that I'll always remember as a classic disturbing movie. You can totally check out Spooky Rice's video on Dogtooth, link in the description. Yes, that is me. Number 6, Audition. Now, Audition is very amazing. It was directed by Takashi Miike. We see what happens when loneliness of 2 different calibers interact. Aoyama-san is a widower who wants to settle down again. A producer friend of his comes up with the silly idea of setting a fake audition for a film, when really it is an audition for someone to date Aoyama-san. Quite a dickhead way to find a date, but Asami-san gets his attention, but she's not sane. She can't stand him caring about anybody but her. And not only do we see her sad little life story, but we see what happens to other people who didn't fit her requirements, like this guy who is seen happily lapping up vomit from a dog dish. Now, I will say the movie is quite complex at times. It's not just a simple watch, but that's the beauty of it. You can take different meaning behind the frames. And watching this movie and its extreme scenes totally qualify this as a classic disturbing movie for me. Check out Cinema Nippon's excellent analysis on Audition, link in the description. Number 5, Faces of Death. Faces of Death, directed by John Allen Schwartz. Faces of Death is the OG pseudo-documentary. It inspired countless real documentaries showcasing real-life death and despair. Now, Faces of Death used to be on Tubi, but it might be on YouTube now, I don't know. Narrated by Francis here, he tells us all about disturbing things around the world, whether it be dogfighting, assassinations, executions, or the paranormal. There are some real clips, like the aftermath of the Pacific Southwest Airlines Flight 182 crash, but there are also clearly fake clips that would definitely leave me guessing if I was born yesterday. You can check out my video on it, link in the description. But the point is that Faces of Death inspired a lot of Mondo tapes that truly show the most gruesome aspects of life. And one of those tapes it inspired is number 4, Traces of Death. Traces of Death, created and narrated by Damon Fox. You can find Traces of Death on archive.org. Now, Traces of Death is mostly real death, gore, and injury. The beginning of the tape itself is there to scare you into not watching further. But if you watch Traces of Death, you'll see the aftermath of people offing themselves, like this one guy who did it with a shotgun. They found his brains in the kitchen. You'll see real assassinations on camera, race car crashes, autopsies, crime scene photographs, brain surgery, and gender reassignment surgery. Now, I'm not Plague Moth. I don't have the stomach to watch too much real stuff. That's okay, Moth. I've had enough of my share of real gore as soon as I saw a cartel member eat somebody's heart. But the reason I bring this stuff up is because Traces has the death of Bud Dwyer, who offed himself live on television. It is one tape where you are seeing someone alive and dead all in seconds. Kinda tough. Traces is definitely one of my hardest watches. That's just me though. Some of y'all are used to the gore and stuff. I'm not re-uploading the video I had on it anytime soon. You can check out Cinema's Underbelly review of Traces of Death series, or you can check out Stephen Bloodworth's video talking about the craziest scenes. I definitely watch their videos to prepare. So we're at number 3. I want to remind you that this is not like ranked, it's just a random listing, okay? Number 3, The Sadness. The Sadness is a new movie. Like, it just came out. You can watch this movie on Shudder, and I thought it was pretty cool. Directed by Kube, The Sadness is a Taiwanese movie that is literally the film version of Cross. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of Cross, especially since it's enough to take down channels, but it was interesting to see someone try and emulate it on film. It's about Jim and Kat, who struggle to stay alive when Taiwan is overrun by infected people. The difference is that these infected literally want to cause the most harm and despair possible. The Sadness infected, similar to the Cross infected, will do whatever it takes to make sure you hate the way you die. I'm talking red weddings for everybody. You're likely to be assaulted, cannibalized, and tortured all at the same time. The film came out in 2021, so the virus in the movie might resemble how we dealt with the coronavirus, but nonetheless, this is a gory movie that has many triggers, and I think it's a good example of a recent disturbing movie you should check out if you're a big gore fan. Number 2, The Girl Next Door. The Girl Next Door is based on a book written by Jack Ketchum, which itself is loosely based on the torture and murder of Sylvia Likens. The movie is directed by Greg Wilson. Cases where people are tortured horrendously are usually the most emotional and hard to comprehend thing for me. But this is based on the book, not the real event, so names are changed and drama is inserted. It's all about David and his crush on Meg, who moves in with her aunt after the death of her parents. The problem is that Meg's aunt, Ruth, is a monster, ridden with internalized misogyny and insecurity. She lets her children abuse, assault, and torture Meg and her disabled sister Susan. Much of the abuse happens in the basement, and it takes David a while to help Meg, but it ends up being too late. And his uncle being quoted is that all that matters is he did something at all. Girl Next Door is hard to watch because the case that it is based on is even worse. And it's just depressing, it pisses you off. And for those reasons, it's one of those book-based movies that is definitely a classic disturbing movie you should know about. Check out Nightmare Maven's video on The Girl Next Door for a deeper review and analysis. And for number 1, we got Necromantic. Necromantic, directed by Jorg Buttgereit, is such a what the fuck movie. You can find this movie on archive.org. It's all about Rob, who works as someone that cleans up bodies after fatal car accidents. Well, he's hiding a secret. He's turned on by dead bodies. him and his girlfriend Betty both share a love for necrophilia. Soon, he and Betty have a threesome with a rotted corpse that has been decomposing for who knows how long. It is graphic. Well, Rob has all the qualities of someone who would usually kill people, but by the end, he offs himself while janking the worm, resulting in the bloodiest discharge until Antichrist. Necromantic is definitely one of the grossest things ever, but I'd beware of animals being killed. I believe there is footage of a rabbit that was skinned, and a cat is sacrificed, but it's not real. And Necromantic is definitely a classic disturbing movie. You can check out Spooky Rice's video on Necromantic. And that's it for 10 more disturbing movies that will have you staring at the wall. Definitely check out these movies if you want. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to see more messed up stuff and check out Disturbing Comics. I will see you guys later, so thanks for watching. Spooky out.
Who can you trust to give you a refreshing cup of tea, if not an experienced housekeeper and nurse? In her day, whether you needed a cup of tea to ease your fever or just help you relax at the end of the day, Mary was your go-to woman. But little did they know, when she treated them to her signature drink, her teapot was filled with more than just tea. Welcome back to Twisted Minds. My name is James, and today we'll be taking a deep dive into history and revisiting the story of the woman who has since been regarded as Britain's first serial killer, Mary Ann Cotton. Want to find out what special ingredients she put in her teapot? Well, keep watching to find out. The first of 3 children, Mary Ann was born on the 31st of October, 1832, to Margaret and Michael Robson. Young Mary was born at Low Morsley, County Durham, and was baptized only days later on the 11th of November at St. Mary's, West Ranton. Mary Ann had become a big sister at the age of 2 when her younger sister Margaret was born in 1834. Sadly, Margaret only lived a few months, and Mary Ann was once again the only child in the household. She was eventually provided with some company in the form of baby Robert, who joined the family in 1835. When Mary Ann was 8 years old, the Robson family moved to the village of Merton, still in County Durham, most likely for her father's work as a coal mine sinker. Soon after the family moved, they had to mourn the tragic loss of yet another of their own. In February 1842, while at work at the Merton coal mine, Michael Robson fell 150 feet to his death down a mine shaft. The then 9-year-old Mary Ann and her 7-year-old brother had already lived a hard life, with their family struggling to make ends meet. Now, with their strict father gone and the grief of the loss, the children and their mother were soon to be evicted from the home they had been provided by their father's employer. In 1843, the now widowed Margaret remarried a man named George Stott, who was also a miner. However, not much is known about this period in Mary Ann's life. What we do know is that Mary's early days were tragic, to say the least. When Mary Ann was 16 years old, she left home to work as a nurse in the home of Edward Potter, who was a manager at Merton Coal Mine and lived in the nearby village of South Hetton. In the space of 3 years of working for Edward, all his children were sent to boarding school in Darlington, and a now 19-year-old Mary Ann returned to her stepfather's home to train as a dressmaker. Just about a year after moving back to her stepfather's house, Mary Ann decided to finally start a life of her own, especially having dealt with a lot of financial struggles growing up. In 1852, the now 20-year-old Mary Ann got married to William Mowbray, who was a coal mine laborer. The two got married at the Newcastle upon Tyne Registry Office and soon moved to southwest England. Some 20 years later, reports surfaced of about 4 or 5 of the Mowbray children dying very young when the couple lived away from County Durham, with none of their births or deaths being registered. The first registered child of Mary Ann and William was Margaret Jane, who was born at St. Germans in 1856. William and Mary Ann eventually moved back to northwest England. William worked as a fireman aboard a steam vessel sailing out of Sunderland, and then as a coal mine foreman. The couple welcomed another daughter, Isabella, in 1858, and Margaret Jane died in 1860, just 2 years later. In 1861, they welcomed another daughter who was also named Margaret Jane, and then a son, John Robert William, in 1863. Sadly, their son died the next year from gastric fever. William, Mary Ann's husband, also died of an intestinal disorder in January 1865. At the time of their death, the lives of William and the children were insured by the British and Prudential Insurance Office, and the widowed Mary Ann received a payment of £35, which is equivalent to around £3,500 today on her husband's death, and £2, 5 shillings for Robert William. Not long after her husband William died, Mary Ann moved to Seaham Harbour, County Durham, where she met and began a romantic relationship with Joseph Nattrass. However, seeing how the two never tied the knot, it is safe to assume that things didn't work out between them. During this time, her now 3.5-year-old daughter, the second Margaret Jane, died of typhus fever, leaving Mary Ann with Isabella as her only surviving child out of about 9 children that she had allegedly birthed. Eventually, Mary Ann returned to Sunderland and took up employment at the Sunderland Infirmary, House of Recovery for the Cure of Contagious Fever, Dispensary and Humane Society. After securing a job, Mary Ann sent Isabella to live with her mother to allow her to concentrate on her work and possibly find a new husband. One of Mary Ann's patients at the infirmary was George Ward, an engineer. The two began a relationship in the course of her caring for him, and they got married on the 28th of August, 1865 at St. Peter's Church. George continued to battle paralysis and intestinal problems and died on the 20th of October, 1866. The recorded cause of his death was typhoid and English cholera. While his doctor affirmed that he had been ill, he also expressed surprise at how suddenly he had died. For the second time, Mary Ann received an insurance payment in respect of her husband's death. In November 1866, a month after George died, James Robinson hired Mary Ann as a housekeeper. James was a shipwright in Sunderland and a widower as his wife Hannah had recently died. A month into Mary Ann's employment, James's baby, John, died of gastric fever, and James turned to Mary Ann for comfort, resulting in her getting pregnant. Soon after, Mary Ann's mother became sick with hepatitis, so Mary Ann immediately went back to help her. Her mother soon began to recover, but she also began to complain of stomach aches. The 54-year-old eventually died in the spring of 1867, just 9 days after the now 34-year-old Mary Ann had arrived. Now with her grandmother dead and no one to take care of her, Isabella Mowbray, Mary Ann's daughter, returned with her to the Robinson household, where she soon developed severe stomach pains and eventually passed away. The same fate befell 2 of James Robinson's children, Elizabeth and James, and all 3 children were buried between late April and early May of 1866, with Mary Ann receiving a life insurance payment of about £5 for Isabella. Making their relationship official, James married Mary Ann at St. Michael's Church, Bishop Wearmouth, on the 11th of August, 1867. The couple welcomed their first child, Margaret Isabella, in November of that year, but the child soon became ill and died 3 months later, in February 1868. They were able to recover from this loss and soon welcomed a son, George, on the 18th of June, 1869. Over time, James grew suspicious of his wife, as she kept urging him to insure his life. He soon discovered that she had accrued debts of £60 without his knowledge, and had stolen more than £50 that she was supposed to bank. On top of all of this, he discovered that Mary Ann had forced his older children to sell some household valuables. These revelations caused him to throw her out of the house, and he kept custody of their son George. As you may be wondering, Frederick was the last of Mary Ann's husbands, as she died bearing his surname. Now living on the street after James had thrown her out, Mary Ann was desperate, and this explains why her joy knew no bounds when her friend Margaret Cotton came with some good news. Margaret introduced Mary Ann to her brother Frederick. Frederick was a pitman living in Walbottle, Northumberland, and had recently lost his wife and 2 of his 4 children. Margaret took up the role of a mother for the remaining 2 children, Frederick Jr. and Charles, but she died in March 1870 from an undetermined stomach ailment. Is it just me, or does Mary Ann have a lot of fatal stomach issues following her wherever she goes? Well, Mary Ann became the only source of comfort for Frederick after his sister's death, and soon the 2 were expecting a baby. Yes, Mary Ann was pregnant for the 12th time. Despite Mary Ann still being legally married to James Robinson, she and Frederick got married on the 17th of September 1870 at St. Andrews, Newcastle upon Tyne. The couple welcomed their son, Robert, in early 1871. Mary Ann soon learned that her former lover, Joseph Nattrass, lived 48 kilometers away and was no longer married. So she rekindled her romance with him and then persuaded Frederick to move their family closer to Joseph to sustain the rekindled romance. Before you raise an eyebrow, you should know that it is unclear whether or not Frederick knew about the romance between Joseph and Mary Ann. Whatever the case, Frederick died of supposed gastric fever in December of 1871. And if you have not already guessed it, his life and those of his sons had been insured. Now with Frederick out of the way, Joseph Nattrass began living with Mary Ann, allowing the two to advance their relationship. Mary Ann soon gained employment as a nurse for an excise officer who had been infected with smallpox. Although we can't be sure, it is most likely that the officer was named Richard Quick Manning. This patient of Mary Ann soon turned into her lover, and she was expecting a 13th child in no time. Frederick Jr. died in March 1872, and Mary Ann's infant son Robert soon after, leaving Charles as the last surviving Cotton child. Shortly after, Joseph Nattrass died of gastric fever soon after he had altered his will, now with Mary Ann as the primary beneficiary. Suspicion finally started rising when, in a conversation, Mary Ann revealed to a parish official, Riley, that her 7-year-old stepson, Charles Cotton, stood in the way of her marriage to Quick Manning, and an opportunity that she had been given to a nurse, a woman who was ill. She asked Riley, who at the time was West Auckland's assistant coroner, if the boy could be sent to a workhouse, but she stated that she would soon be rid of him, saying, "He'll go like the rest of the Cottons." 5 days after this, Mary Ann told Riley that Charles had died, causing him to be more suspicious. He went to the local police and also managed to convince the doctor not to issue a death certificate until the child's death was investigated. Meanwhile, Mary Ann's first outing after her stepson's death was to the insurance office, where she learned that no payment would be made until she could present a death certificate. The police investigation concluded, stating that Charles had died of natural causes, that Mary Ann claimed she had used arrowroot to help relieve the boy, and that Riley had only accused her because she had refused his advances toward her. However, the print media soon got hold of the story. They discovered that Mary Ann had lived in various parts of northern England and had lost 3 husbands, 2 lovers, a friend, her mother, and 11 children, all related to stomach ailments. These rumors soon gave rise to widespread suspicion. Dr. William Byers Kilburn, who had treated Charles while he was ill, began investigations of his own. He tested the samples he had kept and found that they contained arsenic. That's right, arsenic was Mary Ann's secret ingredient. The doctors reported his findings to the police. Mary Ann was subsequently arrested, and the police arranged an exhumation of Charles's body, as well as those of Nattrass and the 2 Cotton children who had died just months before. Samples collected from their corpses all contained arsenic. Mary Ann's trial was delayed until she gave birth to her child, Edith Quick Manning Cotton, on the 10th of January, 1873. The trial began on the 5th of March, 1873. The defense argued that Charles had died by inhaling arsenic, which was used as a dye in the green wallpaper at the Cotton home. The defense also argued that the chemist may have accidentally used arsenic powder instead of bismuth powder in preparing medicine for the boy. However, the child would have had to inhale a mound of arsenic powder to result in his death. The other arsenic-induced deaths revealed by investigations on corpses were also invaluable pieces of evidence. The jury deliberated the case for 90 minutes before returning with a guilty verdict. After the verdict was announced, various accounts of the events that followed were released. One of these was an excerpt that read, "After conviction, the wretched woman exhibited strong emotion, but this gave place in a few hours to her habitual cold, reserved demeanor, and while she harbors a strong conviction that the royal clemency will be extended toward her, she staunchly asserts her innocence of the crime that she has been convicted of." Many think that Marianne strongly believed that she would receive royal clemency because she was nursing a child, but that was not the case. Several appeals were made to the Home Secretary on her behalf, but all returned with no positive result. Marianne Cotton was hanged at the Durham County Jail on the 24th of March, 1873, aged 40. The execution was carried out by William Calcraft, who has been described as a clumsy executioner. She died from strangulation instead of the usual neck breaking, as the rope was rigged too short. The executioner had to press down on her shoulders to strangle her, and she died within 3 minutes. Margaret Edith Quick Manning Cotton and George Robinson were the only of Marianne's 14 children to outlive her, and the later only survived because of his father's alertness. James Robinson was also the only man to survive a romantic relationship with her, out of the 6 men that she had been involved with throughout her entire, rather eventful life. Thanks for tuning in to Twisted Minds. That was the case of Marianne Cotton, and why don't you go ahead and click on one of the 2 videos on your screen for another one of our videos.
What the fuck, Kanye? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why do you do what you do? Really? DEFCON 3, Kanye 3? Which one is that? Is that the worst one? That's which one is the third?
Increase in force readiness above normal readiness. Yeah. May not pose immediate danger, but warrant significant alert.
Is that threatening?
I don't fucking know.
Is that? I don't know. We make shoes here. I don't know about no motherfucking DEFCON 3 or nothing like that. But that don't sound like defense, don't it? You know. But still, motherfucker, the Jews, the motherfucker that signed everybody checks in the universe, Kanye. Nobody cares if you talk down on your own people or Mexicans, because we know the only power that Mexicans hold is a power drill. But under no circumstances ever should you ever talk about Jews or the LGBTQ, because that is literally worse than talking down on God. I didn't say anything wrong. Kanye. People hate you for wearing a White Lives Matter t-shirt with Candace fucking Owens. Everything you say is wrong. How is me wearing a White Lives Matter t-shirt affecting anyone in any way? How? It doesn't, Kanye. But people always need something to be upset about. So they're going to take whatever you do and run with it. Fucking out here using DEFCON 3 and Jews in the same tweet. We all know fucking Jews and war don't go together. God damn it. Being anti-Semitic. I've never even fucking heard that word before until today. Now everybody fucking throwing the word around like it's a common phrase that they use on the day-to-day. They don't! This has less to do with you and more to do with Adidas, Kanye. You fucked us. Yeezys were the only fucking thing being bought at Adidas. The only item. Kanye. Nobody is fucking lining up to buy the Ultra Boost DNA 5.0 run shoe. Nobody is waiting for that drop, nigga. And nobody told y'all to fold the way y'all did. Bitch. Jewish people run us and the entire world. They may be 0-4 in war, but them niggas are undefeated in finances and control. I am a creative genius.
and I will not be taken lightly.
You won't be taken by anybody. Not us, not Balenciaga, not your label, not Kim, no, nobody. You're done, nigga. Finito, finished. Okay? You about as useful as a used condom. Get the fuck out of here, Kanye.
What was the kinkiest thing we did?
There was definitely some rope stuff.
Yeah, but I don't think we got that kinky.
Did she just say that she got some, there was some grape juice stuff? And then she said, that's not that kinky. Boo-boo.
What was the kinkiest thing we did?
There was definitely some rope stuff.
Yeah, but I don't think we got that kinky.
Did she just say that she got some, there was some grape juice stuff?
Describe our past relationship in 3 words.
Volatile. Exciting. Messy.
Yeah, I agree with.
Both of y'all toxic.
There's something always interesting whenever there's exes. For some reason, whenever you look at body language, it's so obvious which one's into the other one. It's so obvious this guy's super into her. She's laid back, relaxed, and this dude's leaning forward like this. It's like a physical manifestation of how they have their relationship set up. Body language, I don't know about y'all, but I'm so sensitive to that kind of stuff.
Describe our past relationship in 3 words.
Fallout 4 is going next gen. That's right, everybody. By the grace of Todd Howard, Fallout 4 is getting an update in 2023. Now, what are the details of said update? Well, let's refer to Bethesda's website for more information. Oh, that's right. This is Bethesda we're talking about, so it won't load. It doesn't matter if you're playing their games or just trying to go on their website. The infinite load screens will always find you. What's next? My whole PC crashes and explodes? Just kidding, it's fine. Anyway, yeah, the whole, update thing. Well, fortunately, my friend smuggled me the details across state lines. It's top secret information, so please, don't tell anyone. or else Bethesda may send scary men in black suits to my house. What for? I don't know. Hopefully, a tea party. But anyway, back on topic now. As I was saying, Fallout 4 is confirmed to be getting an update. And with this update, Fallout 4 will be getting ported to next-generation consoles. Next year, that is. They announced this in celebration of Fallout's 25th anniversary. Now that is kinda crazy. Can you believe this franchise is 25 years old now? It's older than me, and probably more than most people watching this video. I see you, Timmy, watching M-rated video games on YouTube. Go do your homework. For such a grand anniversary, you'd expect something amazing, right? You know, maybe like announcing Fallout 5 or a Fallout 3 remaster. But no, we've got a Fallout 4 update, along with a few other things for Fallout 76. Woohoo! A new skin. Yeah, I don't care about 76. And I often forget that it even exists. Fallout 4 still has a higher player base than 76, so obviously the juiciest part of this announcement is the Fallout 4 update. It's just one small blurb though, and it seems rather vague. The wording is kinda confusing too, so I have plenty of questions, and I'm sure you do too. Supposedly, this is a next-gen upgrade, one that improves the performance and quality of the game all around. It specifically mentions performance mode features for high frame rates. So, I'm guessing that means they'll be improving the performance of the game in general, meaning higher frames per second. This also leads me to believe that they'll also be fixing the infamous high FPS bug. If you didn't know, the speed of Fallout's gameplay is tied directly to the frame rate, so if you go above 60 FPS, you may start speeding around at Mach 5. Sure, it's useful for speedruns, but not so good for actually trying to play the game. It doesn't really make a difference for PC users, since a mod already fixes that bug. But hey, I guess that means this update will allow console users to finally play at frame rates above 60 FPS. It seems like they could finally be addressing a bunch of those old bugs that have been lingering in Fallout 4 for years now. There was no direct mention of bug fixes, but it does make sense to do so. The statement also mentions quality features for 4K resolution gameplay, whatever in the world that means. Might be something to do with improving the textures for the game and upgrading them to 4K, but they already did that with the HD texture pack, and might I say, that is not worth downloading. But whichever way you interpret all this, in general, it seems like Fallout 4 will be receiving some technical upgrades related to the graphics and performance of the game. Todd knows we definitely need it, because even with an RTX 3080, this game runs like a PowerPoint slideshow in downtown Boston. Is it because I have 600 mods and a highly performance-intensive ENB? No. Obviously not. It's all Fallout 4's fault. But seriously, this game just isn't well optimized in general, mods or no mods. So I would be very happy to get an update that improves the performance. Another thing Bethesda said in their statement is that they will be bringing in new Creation Club content to go along with the update. So we get some performance upgrades along with new mini DLCs. Cool, I guess. Honestly, the Fallout 4 Creation Club mods have never been that good. I pirated most of them, and they're so bad that even though I got them for free, they're not even worth installing because they just take up extra space in the game. For legal reasons, the previous statement I said is a joke, and it never happened. That and several Creation Club mods already have free alternatives, which are, in my opinion, higher quality, but without a price tag. Well, actually, the one Creation Club mod I do like is the military backpack. That one is cool, but for the most part, they're just not worthy of an install in the first place. So, do you really expect me to pay for that? No thanks, I'd rather buy skins in Fortnite. But hey, who knows? Maybe the Creation Club content this time around will actually be worth a cap. I do doubt it though. It seems like this could essentially be a Fallout 4 Special Edition, much like the Skyrim Special Edition. You know, that's when Bethesda did some upgrades to Skyrim's engine, and they ported it over to newer consoles, all the while introducing mod support. This could be the same deal with Fallout 4, but I really hope it's different this time. Skyrim Special Edition was nice, but it was an entirely new game. Like, you literally had to re-buy the game if you were on console. But PC users got the upgrade for free. Bethesda does say in their statement that this Fallout 4 update will be free, so let's hope that means it also applies to console this time. The biggest thing I'm worried about, though, are the mods. Skyrim Special Edition absolutely broke all the mods, and they had to be remade or ported over to work properly. It completely shattered the modding community in half. And for me personally, it took me about a whole year to finally switch to Special Edition, because I was waiting for the mod support to catch up. If that's the same case with Fallout 4, then it'll shake up the modding community like a baby in a blender, so let's hope that's not the case. The wording specifically refers to this as an update, so to me that suggests that this will be a simple patch that you download, and not an entirely separate game. I sure hope that's how it works. Even if it is just a simple update though, it will break the Fallout 4 script extender, which is a crucial mod that many other mods depend on, and we'll have to wait a few weeks or even a few months for mod authors to catch up. No matter what, this update will break Fallout 4 mods, to some extent. I just hope it's not as apocalyptic as Skyrim. Combining that with the announcement of new Creation Club content, it almost sounds like they might be coming out with an equivalent to Skyrim's Anniversary Edition, but for Fallout 4, where they include all the Creation Club content in a bundle. They did that with Skyrim, and it worked out pretty good in their favor. Boy, I sure do hope they add an animated fishing for Fallout 4 too. Oh wait, that's already a mod. So what's the catch here? Are the Creation Club mods going to be free along with the update, or will it be just like Skyrim Anniversary Edition, where the update itself was free, while the Creation Club content bundle had a price tag? And while I'm on the topic of mods, well, we can't just ignore the modding on consoles. Console modding is, not very good. You're limited to only 2 gigabytes worth of content. Like, seriously? 2? I have single mods which take up more than that. I take bigger dumps than 2 gigabytes, and my entire Fallout 4 modding folder is over 300 gigs. Even though this is not a personal problem of mine, I can understand the pain of console modding. And I really hope that with this Fallout 4 update, they increase the amount of mods you can use on console. PS4 mods are, even more abysmal, because they aren't even allowed to use custom assets. They're stuck with nothing but reused meshes and textures from the vanilla game, and that is very, very sad. Bethesda didn't mention anything about how mods are going to work with the next-gen consoles, but they would be wise to give them an upgrade here too. So, overall, I'm not sure how to feel about this news. I can't say I'm mad that Fallout 4 will be getting an update. It could certainly use some performance upgrades after all. But it just seems odd that Bethesda is putting an effort to work on this 7-year-old game instead of moving on to the next one. Well, they are working on Starfield, so maybe this whole thing is just a test to see how their engine works on newer consoles. But yeah, it is nice to have an update, but come on. How much longer until Fallout 5, Todd? I want it now. The 25th anniversary would have been the perfect opportunity to announce something big like that. But I suppose Fallout 5 isn't even a seed in the nutsack of Bethesda right now. They're more focused on finishing Starfield, of course, and after that is Skyrim 2, Elder Scrolls 6. So Fallout 5 probably won't be coming out until around 2030, and at that point, we may just have Fallout in real life. Either way, I suppose this next-gen update will have to be enough to hold us over for the next few years. Will it actually be next-gen, though? It seems like they just slapped that phrase on there to make it sound better. This is Bethesda and Todd we're dealing with, and they love to overhype things to make it sound better. At the same time, though, Bethesda didn't make this as some kind of grand announcement either. They just buried it under the anniversary news for Fallout 76. The fact that they aren't giving this news the spotlight hints to me that this update isn't going to be nearly as big as Skyrim Special or Anniversary Edition. And honestly, that might be the best case scenario, because I really don't want my mods to break. I'm definitely interested to see how this pans out in the future though, and I'm sure Bethesda will share more details soon enough. Anyway, those are all my thoughts on the Fallout 4 Next Gen update. I'm curious, how do you guys feel about this news? Are you excited, or are you dreading that all your mods could possibly break? Let me know in the comments down below. And if you're interested in more Fallout related content, then you should check out one of these 2 videos.
Well, this will be an interesting challenge.
From Washington to Vegas, we have cleared the way for people to live their lives freely in this post-apocalyptic hellscape